The views and opinions in this program are not those of CISA 7 or Spectrum.
Budget meeting, but I will introduce the rest of who's at the table. To my left is Dr. Michelle Langenfeld, our superintendent. To my far left is Sandy Heller, our board secretary, and we have two intercity student council members at the table today. Luke Pisani is president from Southwest High School, and Evelyn Curiel from East High School. Welcome, Evelyn. I'd like to remind members of the public that you can view the board agenda and handouts as well as minutes from past meetings by visiting the district website at www.gbaps.org. Click on Our District and then Board of Education. On the left menu, you'll find a link to agendas and minutes. This link will take you to a website called Agenda Manager, where all board agendas, minutes, and handouts from board meetings are housed. Also tonight, the board will provide our community with two different opportunities to speak before the board. The first opportunity is during our open forum, which will be coming up soon. The second opportunity is during agenda items were indicated by public comment on our agenda. All speakers must fill out a form indicating their desire to speak. If you wish to speak during tonight's open forum, you may do so with respect to items that are posted on tonight's agenda or any other matter you wish to share with the board. Please know that Wisconsin's open meetings law prohibits the board from conducting business on matters brought during this open forum. The board also will permit public comment during agenda items as noted on the board's agenda. During this public participation time, consistent with state and federal laws, board members may engage in dialogue with the speakers. In order that all voices are heard, the board will suspend engagement until all speakers have had a chance to speak. The process for speaking during those agenda items is as follows. The board will first hear the presentation and discuss the agenda item before calling on those who desire to speak. If you'd like to speak during a specific agenda item, please fill out a form and give it to the board secretary, Sandy, at any point during the meeting. If you desire to speak and haven't yet filled out a form, just indicate that and we can call on you and have you fill out a form afterwards. The board secretary will provide the names of those wishing to speak to the board member conducting that part of the meeting, and you will be called upon to speak at the appropriate time. At this point, all of the people who filled out forms have indicated a desire to speak during our open forum. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes. Prior to starting your comments, please provide your name and address. And I would also like to say that tonight we will not be taking any action on any of the items that are on our agenda. So if after listening to the conversations you'd like to give us some input, our email addresses are on the website and also our phone numbers. So please feel free to call or email us with any more input that you'd like us to consider. So at this time, we'll have our open forum, and I'm going to call people up in the order that they were presented their forms. First is Megan Jimenez. And I understand that Kathleen still is going to come sit with Megan, is that right? Yes, okay. Sure, either way is fine, yeah.
Megan, do you see a little face on the microphone?
Oh yeah, thanks.
Like it's talking? There you go.
That working? Okay. So name and address first? Okay, my name is Megan Jimenez. My address is E1715 County Road K, Luxembourg, Wisconsin, 54217. Okay, members of the board. Closer.
You just pull it closer.
Okay. My name is Megan Jimenez, and I am currently a 5th grade teacher at Jefferson Elementary. I am up here representing many of the teachers and staff from Jefferson, along with our students and their families. I understand that some of the board may just be looking at Jefferson and crunching the numbers on a building with a decline of student enrollment. However, Jefferson School is not just brick and mortar, it is students and their families, and we are not just a bunch of numbers. It is a community resource for families in the Green Bay area filled with children who come from families that care about this school. Closing it should be about more than just numbers. People are involved and affected. Therefore, I'm asking the board to keep an open mind as I share my thoughts with you. Our school was first opened in 1928 on Green Bay's west side of town. For over 90 years, staff at Jefferson have taught, guided, and loved thousands of students. Today, you are hearing about a potential plan to close Jefferson Elementary as it currently stands, move the teachers and students over to a different building, and repurpose our building. I'm here to give us a voice. Jefferson Elementary is a neighborhood school. As of today, we have 91 students from our neighborhood who come to our school. An additional 24 students choose to attend our school, nearly 22% of our students. Why would almost a quarter of our student population choose to come to Jefferson? Because we are small. We are mighty. We lead with love and respect and allow what is best for our students to guide our day-to-day interactions, as well as our vision for our school in a long-term lens. Our current average class size is small. Research proves time and time again that small schools are what is best for learning. This bears repeating. Research proves time and time again that small schools are what is best for students and their learning. If you close Jefferson as a K-5 elementary school, do you think those school choice children will choose to stay and follow the move? They come because of who we are, Jefferson, and what we represent. Many of our families deliberately drive their children from other areas to us. Their older children, aunts, uncles, even parents themselves have attended Jefferson. We have many legacy families who come to Jefferson because everyone in their family did so also. If they lose their identity as Jefferson or feel their voices are not heard, they may choose a school out of district. Is the district prepared for that fallout? We have yet to hear an answer. Many of our students come from high poverty and/or trauma, so Jefferson leads with love. We spend our allotted funds to ensure the students have staff here to help them in times of trouble, wrap care around them, and help families find the services they need. We use school funds to have a full-time guidance counselor and a half-time social worker at our building. The district formula dictates a 0.4 counselor and a 0.3 social worker, which we know is not enough. Our staff is trained in trauma-informed care as well as highly effective social-emotional learning. That training and knowledge informs our decisions from moment to moment. We are concerned that adding in an additional 115 students to Fort Howard will actually result in a loss of services. We are worried the district formula will not allow for our full-time counselor and half-time social worker to move there and continue to assist children as we, staff who are in the building every day, know our students need. We've been told there is a formula based on numbers. Numbers don't tell the whole story. If it did, our current services would be cut in half. Lastly, what has been done to improve enrollment at Jefferson at the district level? If a student is failing in school, we do not just kick him or her out. We try every avenue possible to help that student grow. I understand Jefferson is not a child, but shouldn't the families and students of Jefferson be given the same opportunities? Shouldn't Jefferson be given the opportunity to try and promote itself? And shouldn't the district be helping us with that task? I leave you with this. Choice is defined by Merriam-Webster as power to choose. We pride ourselves on being a district of choice. Is this how the district shows that? By not allowing families, staff, and students the option of attending their school of choice? The school their families have attended for years? Jefferson is too important to lose. Help us reinvigorate our enrollment, not close us down. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Thanks. Next is Brian Setzer.
Brian Setzer, 1554 Van Road, Green Bay, 54311. Again, my name is Brian Setzer, and I'm an ID teacher over at Jefferson. Many things have been said over the last couple of weeks in terms of this consolidation. Terms like repurposing, redistribution of resources, and the like have been thrown about quite frequently since this idea has come to life. And while these terms sound catchy, make no mistake about it, to our students and families, this represents a closing. And while many terms and numbers have been discussed at length over the last week, what I find troubling is the lack of attention being paid to one crucial element in this process. And that is actually, what are the benefits of Jefferson students moving over to Fort Howard? While I attended many of these meetings over the last couple of weeks, it was actually parents and or staff that were asked to fill in what the benefits were for these students to move over to Fort Howard. I find that it should be the district explaining what the benefits are for the students moving over to Fort Howard. Many of our parents aren't going to realize what those benefits are. Many staff aren't going to know what the benefits are. We're only seeing it, from what we've been told. The only concrete benefit brought up by the district is that there would be multiple classrooms of each grade so kids could be split if needed. And this to me seems like a marginal benefit at best. Questions were asked about social services, guidance, etc. moving over, and we were told that there is a formula that will be used to calculate what will happen with that. No guarantee was given that the hours from Jefferson will translate over to Fort Howard. And this in turn, while our students will be in the building with those people, could actually mean that our students will receive less services by moving over there. Taking a group of at-risk students and combining them with another group of at-risk students with no guarantee of what the social services structure will look like is a problem waiting to happen. Taking a we'll figure it out later approach does not seem like it's in the best interest of students, and also that would be key knowledge needed for anybody to make an informed decision on this matter. I teach the students with intellectual disabilities, and at this time there is no promise or guarantee of where my class would end up actually. This would be a tragedy not only for the students in my room, but also for the other students at Jefferson. I speak to many other people and I work with many other people who come and go from building to building, and pretty much to a T, everybody says that our building is the most inclusive building that they go in. My students are included in all activities, and that is felt throughout the building. This is a culture that's established from top down, and this permeates through our staff, students, and frequent adopters and volunteers that visit our building. It's an incredible relationship our students have with their regular education peers. This relationship not only benefits the students in my room, but also all students in the school. Many times students who are struggling with academics or behaviors excel when they're around the students with intellectual disabilities. Having a small building with a short distance between destinations, as well as easy access to the front of the school where buses are all available, are also all pluses for students with intellectual disabilities. Simply assuming that this culture could be replicated at another school is shortchanging all the hard work that so many people have put in over the years to build the program to what it is now at Jefferson. I'll read you a quote from a student from March of 2018. This is from their 5th grade essay paper that they had to write for a scholarship. This student had no knowledge that I was going to see this. They did not write this for my benefit at all. Now I'll be telling you about my future goals. First, I want to go to college for 4 years and become an ID teacher. ID stands for intellectual disabilities, and that means working with kids with disabilities, and I really want to do that. Another thing we have is an amazing teacher here named Mr. Brian. He's a teacher that works with the ID kids. I help in there a lot, and I really love to because the kids that are in there are really nice and fun and all different in their own ways. I say that quote not because it says anything special about me or to say anything about me personally, but because that highlights the impact that it has on that student. What an incredible impact to be able to take a 5th grader and have them realize that down the road they want to be a special education teacher. And that doesn't happen without the work of the entire building, top down, from everybody that comes into the building, and all the students and the culture that we've worked very hard to build there. I'm so proud to be a part of this Jefferson team, both past and present, that have all helped to make something like this possible. And I think it would be a shame for more students to not have the opportunity to have these types of interactions that can change their lives in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Next is Mary Ann Anderson.
Thank you for allowing me to address these issues with you this evening. You may be wondering, and people ask me why, after being out of Jefferson for more than 8 years, I'm still so passionate about it. And all I can say is that I was one of those Jefferson children growing up. And I know how hard it is to break out of that, the confines of poverty. This is the second time I've been in front of this group, not you particularly, but I'm going to start telling you a story and hope that you get what the teachers are talking about and the passion that everybody in that building has for what they're doing. I have a couple of mantras that keep me focused in all aspects of my life. The first one, an African proverb I used long before it became popular with politicians. It takes a village to raise a child. This quote defined me as I attempted to recreate Jefferson School. The second adage is from Edmund Burke. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good to do nothing. Well, I don't think that what you're doing is evil. Certainly not. I do believe that potentially it could be harmful to the students and families of Jefferson neighborhood, which is why I'm here tonight. I frequently had to take risks and speak out to address the inequities I observed through my career. This is not the first time. Certainly never popular, but the only way that I could lead as a building principal. I was hired by the Green Bay School District in 1990 as a federal program supervisor for ESL and Title I. I stayed in that role for 2 years until the district began to downsize the central office. At that time, principalships at both Weehawken and Jefferson were available. My choice was easy. I spent my life living and working for at-risk families. The first day, however, at Jefferson was a little discouraging. Even though I had been in all the buildings in the district, never as intensely did I walk through the building as I did that day. Jefferson had once been a special education program until the law said you can't segregate those children. Smart law that was. Another was an early childhood program, and I don't know which one came first and which one came second, I don't remember. But I really became more aware of how some of the schools in the downtown area, although clean, had lacked some of what I had observed in more affluent schools as I visited all of them. In that role, I also was the at-risk coordinator. So I had to visit and the ESL coordinator and Title I. When I got there were no literature books, children's literature books, beyond the 3rd grade because it had been a primary school. Another issue was that the only playground equipment on that school was one basketball stand without a net and a rusty old condemned fire truck that the children would sit upon. The book was an easy fix for me. I went around asking business people to put tubs, collection boxes in their workplaces and appeal to their customers and their employees to bring in new and used children's books. We collected hundreds of titles. The playground issue I will address in just a few minutes. After some time had elapsed, the board began discussing on closing Jefferson School. I protested, of course. And anybody that knows me knows that I would. It's why I'm here. In order for the board to reconsider their decision, they challenged me to bring research findings that supported keeping Jefferson open. I eagerly did. I had concentrated my bachelor's, my master's, my ed specialist, and all the coursework of my doctoral program in at-risk issues and populations. So I became loaded to share those research findings with the board and the community. The findings supported and encouraged the following: small schools, small classrooms, parent involvement, community engagement, board support, and equity of resources, not equality, but equity. These were the solutions required for student success. Not only did the board then approve to keep Jefferson open, not that evening, of course, they went on about their business and did more research. They eventually approved going to a referendum, which at that time was practically unheard of, for an extension, addition, and upgrade to not only this little gem, but all inner city Green Bay schools with high poverty levels. The referendum passed easily, partly due to Jeff Kleinhausen, who was a Green Bay Press Gazette editor, because voters were given compelling information on the needs facing not just Jefferson, but education in particular during that era. To gather information for his articles, Jeff came to Jefferson to interview me, parents, people in the neighborhood, and even went on home visits with our teachers, because our teachers were doing home visits. For the school's rededication, I invited Jeff to come back to be the main speaker. He had left to become a reporter with the Detroit News. And by that time, he traveled back to Green Bay to open the ceremonies at Jefferson's rededication. He was an important part of it. Yes, it does cost more to support some children, but these children are our future. Our children, and all children receive varying levels of family support. People struggling with financial issues have less of that quality time to give to their children. Some children come to school ready to learn because of the experiences parents can provide. Other children come less ready for school because they lack those same experiences and parent conversational time. If you look at Maslow's theory of hierarchy, you'll understand what needs to be met for parents before they can get to the top, and at the top is education. So until their basic needs are met, education is on the back burner. Even after the board's decision to keep Jefferson open, I realized after continuing my studying and research and visiting with parents in their homes that I needed broader community support. I again took my cause to businesses and nonprofit agencies. When they heard the facts as I presented them, they also realized that Green Bay was no longer a white, blue-collar community, and that problems were beginning to surface. They eagerly accepted my invitation to become mentors and supporters of this precious little school. Hence, the adopter program began. Their first contribution was to collectively donate $25,000 and construct a brand new playground on that one basketball net playground. Excuse me, armed with community and parent support, resources, research, and board approval, we began to build a program that Jefferson could offer to high-risk, low-income families, ensuring their success. Excuse me, I'm going to share some firsts that as schools we were able to accomplish. First, I'll talk about what the adopters brought to our school. They paid medical costs for glasses, prescriptions, doctor visits, and various other needs for children when families couldn't afford it. They supported 2 or 3 families, depending on our budget, on our volunteer budget, buying food, gifts, clothing, and so on. They continued to supply 4 volunteers, and I happened to be one of them, during Packer home games where we stand for 8 hours on our feet with a half-hour break, bagging merchandise for the Green Bay Packer football games. The monies that they paid to the adopters by the Packer organization is always used for the programs and needs at Jefferson. They pay for transportation and admission fee for the entire schools to go to the new zoo and provide volunteers to accompany the children. So each teacher and volunteer only has 2 or 3 kids to walk through the zoo with and explore. They provide a Christmas celebration, bringing Santa and his friends into school. Every student in the school gets at least 1 gift. Some children take them home unopened because it's the only thing they have to put under their tree, if they have a tree. They provide sweatshirts with a motivational message such as, quote, Jefferson School Leaders in the Making, or college bound. We don't stop at 5th grade. We inspire higher education. We provide 3 to 4 family dinner nights during the year. When I was there, we did monthly family dinner nights because we had additional funding. We shop for food, we cook the food, and we serve the meals using volunteers for all the families that attend. And we don't have very many families who do not show up. Thank you. Many other things, too numerous to mention here, are done for children and families by that adopter group. None more important, however, than giving 2 $1,500 scholarships and 1 $500 scholarship to Jefferson 5th graders every year. The money is sent to the school of their choice when they reach 12th grade and graduate. How we got that money was asked of me one time. I nominated this group of adopters for the J.C. Penney Rule Award, Golden Rule Award, and they won. And they won $1,500. And so the group said, well, just divide that among the teachers. And I said, I can get the teachers what they need. We need to give children hope. And we need to start a scholarship at 5th grade. By the time these kids get to seniors, juniors or seniors in high school and think of college, some of these kids have already dropped out. And that's how that program started. The Jefferson year with the adopters ends with the day at the Wildlife Sanctuary in Bay Beach. Lunch is provided for the children, and off they go to the rides and share in one of the experiences they don't often get with their family. Some of the first initiated by Jefferson staff, who are unbelievably committed, as you've already heard, and later implemented in other schools include, and I didn't go to the board for permission, I used research and started doing the right thing. Before the school year started, teachers scheduled a visit to each of their student homes to meet with children and their parents. How unique. They were provided a dozen cookies on a paper plate to take home we have something for you. Teachers did home visits regularly, and they taught parents how they could support their children's reading skills. They taught them how to share books from the book bags we made before the district did this, from baggies. Because the staff took on the project of home visits, we earned the respect of parents and made it easy for them to walk into their school, Jefferson. Research shows that parents need to walk through school doors 3 times before they feel comfortable and welcome there. We made it easier. We were first in the district to do student, parent, teacher conferences with students and parents doing goal setting with teacher support. That is also something the district adopted. First to do classroom looping, where the teacher would follow, say, a first grader. When the first grader is ready to move to 2nd grade, the teacher also moves to 2nd grade. And then they go back to their first grade position and start that process over again. Why? Because it saves about 4 weeks of training children, the routine, the curriculum. They've already bond with their teacher. We were one of the first 10 schools to pilot the SAGE program, which was based on research supporting the 15-to-1 student-teacher ratio. When I, on my way to work one day, something was coming out of Madison proposing this program. And I walked into my building and called Madison and said, I want to do this. We need to do this. So I went to one of the supervisors and said, we need to go there. After several discussions, they eventually agreed to try to pilot it at Jefferson because the district had to pay for part of a second teacher. So it was not free cost to the district. There was a charge. We exceeded both district and state assessment scores, which is not supposed to happen in high-risk schools, but it did at Jefferson. We broke the mold. Because of cultural and language issues, our Hmong families were hesitant to come into school, believing they had nothing to offer us. We solved that problem too. We invited them 1 or 2 weekends annually to teach us how to make egg rolls. We regularly made and sold 6,000 egg rolls on a weekend, and sold them at $10 a dozen, mostly to district staff. again providing additional resources for Jefferson needs. Soon we had as many parents and adopters walking in and out of our door as we had children. As the board member for the Boys and Girls Club, at one time I was able to pilot an on-site after-school program. The club sent its staff to Jefferson to run the off-site program until 5 o'clock. This was done to provide learning and social activities for children while providing extra childcare time for parents who were working. Because this pilot was so successful, the club expanded their after-school programs around the city. We conducted free rummage sales. When they came for conferences, if they came for one child, they got one grocery bag. If they had two children who they had to see, they got 2 grocery bags. And then after their conferences, they were free to roam the cafeteria that we had and pick things that they needed for their children, whether it was a toy or a toothbrush or clothes that had been donated and from staff people from other community resources. And our attendance rate at conferences was always in the 97% range. We were the first school to actively promote College Bound to all students and shirts, with shirts, college logos on classroom doors, and scholarships. The idea for Future Phoenix started at Jefferson when 2 visitors, one from the GB person and person that I had hired when I was doing Start Smart, asked a little boy that was in my office, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And he said, "I want to be like my dad." And they said, "What does your dad do?" And they said, "He's in prison." And I said, "This has to stop." And that's how Future Phoenix really started. We also did, we were involved in the back to school store that had its beginning with community involvement, whereby children shop not with their parents, because we did that one year and parents were picking out large sizes that their children, they were not for their children. But anyway, they got new clothes, shoes, personal products, and a book bag full of supplies. I could elaborate more, but the message would still be the same. Jefferson has proven over and over again that research regarding success in high poverty schools work. As educators, we all have the responsibility to become the voice of the voiceless. This community has shown that it will continue to support the needs of our most needy students in the same way that they have promoted the needs of other students. When Jefferson students leave for middle schools, I've heard repeatedly from those teachers how hardworking, respectful, and determined they are to learn. Possible alternatives for repurposing Jefferson Elementary School, and this is just off the top of my head: leave the Head Start program at Keller and continue leasing a building for other programs that you are considering into Jefferson if it's empty. Put 3- and 4-year-olds in schools of their choice, hopefully in their neighborhood schools if that is their preference. That is where they belong. Many districts in Wisconsin, including Madison, are now looking at the returning to the neighborhood school concept because the research finds it works. Another related consideration would be to keep Jefferson configured as it is and bring in the 3- and 4-year-old children from the Jefferson, Fort Howard, Lincoln, and Elmore attendance areas to Jefferson and place 3- and 4-year-old children on the far west side at Tank, which is also declining in enrollment. I've talked to Katie and I said, "Wouldn't it be nice if you could be the coordinator of this program?" They're saying our school is small. When I was there and I had one grade of students at each grade level, I was also the at-risk coordinator. And so I did have I did fill 2 roles. And Katie said, "I'd love to do it." Instead of trying to empty Keller for other programs, research alternatives, the district managed to find spaces for other schools, such as the Dewey Academy. Develop a cooperative, and maybe you've already done that, a collaborative initiative between Compass and the district. If enrollment is declining in the city, then their enrollment, I'm guessing, and I didn't research, so I don't have the data. But if their enrollment if our enrollment is declining, theirs must also be declining, I'm guessing. So maybe there's space there to bring some of those children. Spend time and fund searching solutions to address the loss of students due to open enrollment and the vouchers provided to private schools, which cost the district millions of dollars. Jefferson has shown that the neighborhood and the city are willing to support education if they're given the facts and shown the needs. I don't believe that they did it for us in a time that was less affluent than it is now. What is happening at Jefferson could be replicated and perhaps reverse the loss of students due to open enrollment and private school vouchers. I'd like to close with 2 quotes. The other day, a 15-year-old girl from Sweden addressed the United Nations during the climate change discussion, and if you haven't watched the YouTube or seen it on the news, I suggest that you do that. And told those leaders, "You've taken my childhood away. Shame on you." Some people think that educational institutions have become political bureaucracies, but shame on you, shame on all of us if we don't find a better way to address the issues other than closing Jefferson and risking the loss of more districts leaving the district. And this was from Hamilton. Peter and I attended Hamilton 2 nights ago, and what our forefathers went through was amazing, but the same kind of struggles that you're dealing with today, they were dealing on a political nature years ago. And this was one of their closing remarks, quote, "But when you are gone, who remembers your name? Who keeps your flame? Who lives, who dies, who tells your story?" I would submit that as the students you serve, especially in schools such as Jefferson, who will someday tell your story based on the actions you take at critical moments such as tonight, hopefully they will not say, "Shame on you for what you have done." Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Next is Peter Benke.
Thank you. I'll be brief since Mary Ann just took 5 minutes. I know your time is limited. I was introduced as Peter Benke. That's very unusual for me in this setting. Normally I'm introduced as Mr. Mary Ann Anderson whenever anything has to do with Jefferson Elementary School. She's always a tough act to follow. It's always been that way. I too have multiple degrees in education. I was a teacher, chemistry, physics teacher for 12 years. And then I went into administration. I have 2 degrees in including a doctorate in education administration. I was a superintendent in Bondwell for 25 years, so I can appreciate the situation that you're in tonight and the complicated issues that you're dealing with. I sat where you sat for 676 school board meetings in Bondwell alone, and I know it's an interesting situation to find yourself in. None of these decisions are easy. All of them are fraught with a lot of difficulties and problems. As I explained the other night at the public meeting, I had the dubious honor of closing 2 elementary schools while I was in Bondwell. Decisions which I regret to this day, and to tell you the truth, I have a hard time, and I try to avoid, if at all possible, driving through the community of Navarino because I'm afraid of what might happen if somebody saw me going through there. It's a difficult situation to be in. You have an opportunity in your deliberations involving Jefferson to do some very important things for some very important students. As you've heard and are continuing to hear, this is a very special group. I used to tell my principals that on their worst day was better than what Mary Ann and the Jefferson staff dealt with on their best day. That school is challenging. We had mock drills at our school that were a regular occurrence at Jefferson. And the stories I heard around the dinner table every night were very interesting. I was never able to bring stories home that could top the kind of challenges that Mary Ann and her staff faced on a daily basis. That is truly a special place. I know as you deliberate these kinds of situations, and people are going to give you alternatives, and of course you're considering them as well, the challenges that you face are daunting. One of the things that we always talked about in Bondwell, one of my board members once brought up to me, was something called Occam's razor, which very simply put is that typically the simplest solution is maybe the best. Some of these discussions get rather complicated. But it seems that one of the challenges that you're facing in Green Bay is not unusual to those that we faced in other places. In Bonduel, we had declining enrollment, but we also had problems involving open enrollment, and we also had a very prosperous Lutheran elementary school and high school in our district. And if you know anything about Bonduel, you know it's a German Lutheran community, and so the Lutheran school was very important to them. So we were engaged in that battle constantly. And I know the kind of fight that you're fighting here in Green Bay and the schools that you're surrounded with. We were dealing with the Seymours and the Pulaskis. In fact, Pete Ross is sitting over here, and he took away a lot of our students. and so did Pulaski, and so did Shawano. And you're dealing with the same thing here in Green Bay, and it's tough. But quite frankly, you can solve your declining enrollment problem, and you can solve your finance problem if you can solve your open enrollment and your private voucher problem. That's where your children are going, and that's where your money is going. And what you need to seriously consider as you're looking at these complicated issues, such as the Jefferson School, is will that make your problem better or worse when it comes to declining enrollment and open enrollment and the voucher program? So I leave you with that thought. And again, appreciate the efforts that you're going through with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Stoller. I think that's what it says.
Hi, that's just a copy of what I'm going to read in case you want to look at it later. My name's Kelly Stolick, 2677 Van Beek in Green Bay, 54311. So I'm here today to speak to the changes in the bilingual dual immersion program that I just learned about. My 2 6-year-olds are enrolled in the first grade bilingual dual immersion program at Wilder School. I have questions and comments about the letter that was sent by Wilder on September 13th regarding district-wide changes to the bilingual program. On September 20th, I met with the Wilder principal and the associate director of bilingual programs. While they kindly attempted to address my concerns over changes, I continue to be confused regarding the reasoning behind decreasing the amount of Spanish instruction delivered to students, especially the large new drop beginning in 3rd grade, which is changing to a 70% English, 30% Spanish model. Honestly, I am disappointed and feeling disheartened by the changes, but I am open to more concrete information regarding the why behind the change to make sure I'm not misunderstanding. It is my understanding that this change was approved by the board last spring, yet I am just learning of the already finalized change now. The new program is not the one I originally enrolled my children in beginning back in September of 2018. I also did not sign up my kids for an experimental change. The lack of transparency here is frustrating. In the absence of concrete evidence that this change is good for all of our children in the program, I am left with my own questions and hypotheses. In stating and asking them here, I am hoping to provide clarity of a parent's perspective to these changes. So here are my questions. Is the main purpose of the change to increase state standardized testing scores for the students from Spanish-speaking homes? Number 2. The letter mentions the goal is to make the students more biliterate. How will adding more English exposure now and in future help my children from an English-speaking home have higher Spanish reading and writing skills? Third, is the new ratio change aligned with any scientific evidence-based research to support effectiveness of this new model? I am under the understanding that the old model is based on solid research supporting how to best develop both Spanish and English literacy for kids from Spanish and English-speaking homes. Changing the formula now could have unknown detrimental effects for all of our children. With our district's emphasis on equity and culturally responsive practices, how is this change equitable or culturally responsive to children from Spanish-speaking homes? And the last question would be, what is the plan to progress monitor the skills of all kids to make sure they are continuing to develop both Spanish and English skills at the intended rate? Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. And Dr. Langenfeld has a question and wants to say something.
Thank you, Kelly, for this information. First of all, I will ask someone to follow up with you. And the other thing is, I know that we have a group of staff and community who are looking at these changes as a task force to make sure that these kinds of questions are answered. So if that's of interest to you, I think we can also make that connection for you. The other piece is all of these questions I think are very important questions that I would expect that others might want to know the answers to. So we'll compile those answers and get them out there to all the families. I think this would be a very important start of those because we don't want people to feel frustrated to begin with, and make sure that we want to make sure your children, Mia and Micah, have what they need to be successful. So thank you for coming forward. So we'll follow up with the questions with you, but also make sure that these are collective questions. And we do have that bilingual task force looking at all of this information to make sure. So if that's of interest to you, make sure when you receive that call, and I'm looking at staff over there, and they'll follow up with you as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Rhonda. Sorry.
Thanks for speaking to this. Can you clarify, you'd mentioned there was a letter that you had received that was confusing or didn't, what was it about the letter? Because I just...
Can you press, Kelly, your button again? The face, yes, thanks.
It was a blanket letter, and from what I understand, it was also sent to other schools, but who have bilingual programs, obviously, but it sounds like it wasn't sent on the same day or even within the same week, depending on the school. It was very broad and vague and, for lack of a better word, fluffy. And I felt like it didn't get at the real reason behind the changes, and it didn't really explain the why. I'm a person who needs to know the why. And if I understand the why and am in somewhat agreement with the why, I can get on board. But the letter just, with someone who has educational background myself, I work for the district as a school psychologist, it just left me with a lot of questions and made me think that there was more to it. It wasn't transparent. It seemed like they wanted to gloss over the message that they were sending out to families. And my guess is that many families received this letter, looked at it, and thought, okay, the district has our children's best interest in mind. Sounds fine. Even other educated parents who are not in education themselves, I mentioned to them, the parents of kids in my own kids' classroom, I said, hey, did you see that letter that was sent home? Oh, yeah, we did see that, but it wasn't something that they really focused on. And it wasn't until I brought up some of the issues and started asking questions that they realized, oh, maybe I should look at this a little further. So.
Thank you. I think we're done. Yeah, thanks. And last is Susan Budspan.
My name is Susan Budsman, and I reside at 1563 Oriole Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54311. I have been an English as a second language teacher and ESL PST in the Green Bay Area School District for about 13 years now. I am also a mother of a first and third grader who attends school in the Green Bay School District. My first few years in the district, the bilingual program was a transitional program and then switched to a two-way and one-way program. Looking at Thomas and Collier's research, two-ways and one-ways are the best bilingual programs looking at long-term achievement for English language learners. Through my years as an ESL PST testing and recommending program for students, I use this as my why with Spanish-speaking families when recommending bilingual for their kids. I believed so strongly in these two-way and one-way programs and the value of being bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural that I signed my own kids up to be on the English side of a two-way program at their school. Our district offered an 80-20 model. In this model, Spanish is the higher percentage of the ratio and gradually decreases in percentage until it becomes an equal with English, 50-50, starting in 4th grade. As of today, if you go to our district website, it's still incorrectly sharing this program model and percentages. Through speaking with a few of my bilingual coworkers this summer, it was brought to my attention that there was going to be some changes to the percentages for the one-way and two-way programs starting this school year. As a parent of two-way students, I felt frustrated that these percentage changes had not been shared with me yet, but I assumed a letter would be coming before the beginning of the school year. Sadly, the communication of the percentage changes never came. Feeling this was wrong, I approached the principal at my kid's school, sharing with him my why. I didn't feel the change was best for students per Thomas and Collier, and asked that he please get the percentage changes out to the families. He said he would ask at the principal's meeting how to share it out, and within a little over a week, on September 12th, a letter was sent home to the two-way families at our school. It was shared with me that at another two-way school, the letter came home on October 1st. I am not sure if all of the families have been informed yet, and the communication should have come before students started these new percentages. This letter makes it seem, there's a copy there for you guys. This letter makes it seem like it is a positive change. And since a great deal of the bilingual families in our district truly believe we would only do what is best for their kids, they would not know to question this change. Also, the letter does not give a why or inform the parents of what the previous percentages were so they could compare the new to the old. It also states, if you have any questions, please contact me. Who is me? Because the letter is not signed. Does it mean the bilingual teacher who had no say in the change and doesn't understand the why? Or the principal that is just sharing the change coming down from the district? The part that I really do not understand is where it says to support the notion of a true dual immersion program. To me, this percentage change actually switches it from being a dual language two-way program to instead being a late exit transitional model. The excerpt below is from the professional text by Literacy from the Start, Literacy Squared in Action that all bilingual teachers in our district have as a professional resource. Under the heading, Time Allocation and Teaching Approaches for Grade Levels, it states, it is important to note that dual language programs had the advantage of being able to maintain a 50-50 time allocation for grades 3 through 5. This is a luxury that we wish were available also to more transitional bilingual models. Since the minimal expectation of keeping 50% Spanish is no longer being met in our district, but rather instead we only have 30% Spanish in 3rd through 5th grade and a very sad 9% Spanish in 6th grade, we are no longer offering a two-way dual language program, but rather a late exit transitional program. In Teaching for Biliteracy by Karen Beeman and Cheryl Uroh, another professional book that bilingual teachers have, on page 20 it states, but because Spanish is a minority language in a majority culture, students and teachers value English over Spanish and sacrifice time for Spanish in the rush to get to English. Therefore, it is important to think about language and content allocation plans in transitional and developmental bilingual programs to ensure that the languages are valued equally. Our district's change in percentages to so little Spanish in 3rd grade through middle school sends a message to families and students that English has more value than Spanish in our district. Since the Associate Director of Bilingual Education from last year did not stick around in the district to support and implement this huge change, I reached out to the new one who was the only contact information on the letter. I called her sharing my concerns about the percentage change not being what is best for the Spanish or English-speaking students in the program. I first shared my disappointment in the district for only sharing this information with me as a parent after I specifically had to ask that happen. If I had not been a teacher in the district with bilingual coworkers that shared this change with me, I would likely not have been told about this huge change. Going from expecting my daughter to have 60% Spanish in 3rd grade to actually having 30% is cutting the percentage in half. My 1st and 3rd grader don't know what to expect from year to year, so the likelihood of them saying something that it didn't feel like there was enough Spanish was probably never going to happen. Next, I spoke about Thomas and Collier's research, sharing that I was proud to have my kids in a dual language two-way program, which is the best of all the options for English learners. I shared by changing it to a 30% Spanish model in 3rd through 5th grade, it was not giving the minimal 50% Spanish to be considered a dual language program, but rather instead making it a late exit transitional model. When I asked her what research supported the percentage change, she said it came from Kathy Escamilla's By Literacy from the Start, Literacy Squared in Action. My follow-up question to this was, so Escamilla supports a 70% English model in 3rd through 5th grade? And Gina's reply was yes. As you can see from the excerpt above, this is not an accurate answer. I asked if there would be any action steps from our phone call. She told me no, that they would be sticking with their decision. She did offer for me to meet with her and her boss. I asked if there would be change or action steps, and she said no again. So then I stated to her, since the change can happen with the Board of Education, that is where I plan to go next. Since the letter I received did not give a reason why or research to support the change, and the reasons shared with me on the phone did not turn out to be true from what I read in Escamilla's book, my mind is wondering as a teacher and parent, what could really be the reason why the district would make such a huge change to the percentage, especially in 3rd through middle school? Is it because starting in 3rd grade is when students start taking the Forward exam, our state test that we are reported out on? If this is the reason, it shouldn't be, because a study out of California found that typically it takes 4 to 7 years to become academically proficient in a second language. Also, Thomas and Collier shows one ways and two ways are the best for long-term achievement. Is it because of a shortage of bilingual teachers? If this is the case, there are better solutions, such as in 4th and 5th grade, where it had been 50-50 in the past. You could have one bilingual teacher in each grade for teaching Spanish for half the day and one ESL teacher teaching in English the other half the day. Is it because of dual language data? Again, I remind you it takes 4 to 7 years to become academically proficient in a second language. Also, growth data might not be as strong as it could be because the district is constantly changing the expectation of how bilingual teachers should be teaching. We had BOOFs, CEDs, and now Lucy. For each of these programs, the teachers and students experienced an implementation year. Sadly, some of these students had experienced multiple implementation years, which could be affecting their academic growth. Please note this statement is not meant to devalue how amazing our bilingual teachers are and how hard they truly work to do what is best for our students. We might be able to keep bilingual teachers in our districts longer if we keep the program expectations consistent for a few years. That would also allow much needed consistency for the bilingual students. Is it because of a unique opportunity of a bilingual community in 5th grade at an elementary school in our district last year? This is 1 year of data for one grade at one school. Based off of that, I heard it spread 3rd through 5th grade at that school and 2 other schools with new principals in the district. I question based on the research if this bilingual community is research-based and best for students, or if it's just pushing English, requiring fewer bilingual teachers and going back to our transitional model in our district. If the unique opportunity of a bilingual community makes its way to my kids' school, I will be looking to switch them to another district close to us that does offer a true dual language program. So I'm coming to you, the school board, asking not only for my own children, but all Spanish and English students in the bilingual elementary and secondary program here in the Green Bay School District. Please question this change and take action to fix what has been wronged. The bilingual percentages should never have been changed. Thomas and Collier research shows we had been doing the top 2 programs for ELs, and sadly, now we are only offering late exit transitional. I asked the Board of Education the same question I asked Gina. Will there be any action steps? Please say yes for the Spanish bilingual students in our district.
Thank you, Susan. Did you want to say something? Michelle?
Thank you, Susan. This is very helpful. Were you able to speak to Gina's supervisor, to Nancy Chartier, at all?
I did not, because she said there would be no action steps, so I didn't want to put myself out there and not.
So Nancy shared that with you? Or are you're aware of? Oh, Gina did. Okay, thanks. And you're aware of the advisory council as well, correct?
I am not, I would love to be a part of it.
Okay, because we'll follow up with that. I also, Mr. Magus, I think the board and myself, we probably would appreciate some significant updates. Maybe I could make that part of the superintendent's report next time as well.
In the meantime, there was a presentation on the changes made to the board on April 22nd, so that might be a good starting point.
To come back with.
For information in the meantime,
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak before the board this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to our agenda, and first is teaching and learning work session. That'll be facilitated by Katie Maloney.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. We will begin with English Learner Wisconsin History Course Essential Documents.
And joining me this evening is Jessica Wetstein, who works with the curriculum within the Yale department. And I'm just pulling up some notes here for a second. So basically, every year the Green Bay Area Public Schools enrolls high school English learners who are entering the United States for the first time. So far this year, we've had 31 high school newcomers join our district. And as we've heard tonight, there are a number of pieces that have come up related to bilingual education, but EL, English Language Learners, is incredibly important to us as well. That is actually my background as a teacher, was in EL and bilingual. And so it's something that we want to make sure that we're serving our students as well as possible in the high school as well. And when it comes to our newcomer program, it's important to make sure that the students have access and ability to be able to immerse themselves in the learning and take part in a meaningful way. So, as I said, this year we've had 31 newcomers at the high school level. These students come to us with unique learning needs, and we need to continue to create student-focused educational pathways for them. Tonight, we'd like to bring forward the CED for high school social studies class that is part of our newcomer English learner student programming. And tonight, as I mentioned, Jessica Wetstein, our secondary English language learner curriculum coordinator, is with us. Julie Seefeld, who is our director of our EL programming, is actually in Stevens Point for a DPI meeting and is unable to join us this evening, but sends her regards as well. Jessie?
Thanks. I would like to begin by thanking the Madison Metropolitan School District for first sharing the idea of creating a specialized history course on Wisconsin for newcomers, as well as the team of dually certified EL and social studies teachers, Shana Horacek, Patrick Thornton, and Kimberly Pelkey, that I was able to work with this summer to create our own Wisconsin history course. Like all students in Green Bay Area Public Schools, our new to the country students will also take Social Studies 9, Citizenship and Economics, as well as Social Studies 10, US and World Affairs. However, we would like to begin their pathway with a course on Wisconsin, not only to build their content knowledge on Wisconsin history, but also to simultaneously focus on their English language development and academic language skills and background knowledge in social studies. We developed course essential documents that incorporated the Wisconsin Standards for Social Studies grades 9 through 12, National Curriculum Standards for Social Studies grades 9 through 12, and the WIDA English Language Development Standards in order to ensure that English language development and student social and academic language was focused on, as well as ensuring academic rigor. On behalf of our department, we request that the board will approve the course essential documents for our EL Wisconsin History course.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Just noting when we move this forward, we're going to be approving the course essential document, but there's no budget attached to it at this time. That will come at a later date. Hearing none, we'll move that forward. Thank you.
Do we have an estimate of what that budget's going to look like? Do we have any sense?
We did start to look at some resources. It would be only a few $1,000s, roughly. But we'll compile more of that and bring it this spring.
Anyone else have? Now hearing none, we'll move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the student dress policy. And he will be joined by anyone? Yeah, there.
I hope so. I want to welcome our students who work tirelessly to the table representing our Intercity School District Student Council. We have Noah Becker and Hannah Van Pay and Lou Pisani. They worked in partnership, and I want to just give a little background before the students share more information with you. The Student Council, along with a number of board members, requested that we have this conversation at the end of 2018-19 to really look at the student dress code policy. It hadn't been looked at for a very long time, and review and possibly come forward with revisions to the policy for the Board of Education. So at that time, a few board members then directed administration to bring forward revisions to the policy. We originally were ambitious in looking at the summer of 2019, and to that end, then we were very concerned about that timeline. Obviously, with students and everyone busy during the summer months, we didn't think that we'd be able to get the feedback from all the stakeholders. And so to that, we proposed a timeline. On June 10th, we shared with the board that included a timeline for gathering all stakeholder feedback. And the timeline itself, if we go back to it, talked about who would be included in the dress code policy and so forth. On August 5th, through teaching and learning, we had an important discussion and talked about gathering feedback. So a guiding change was provided, and the students actually created that guiding change that was brought forward. And I know Mrs. Wiegand, Dr. Wiegand was also part of that, along with Melissa Thiel-Collar. So then bring us to September, which is just last month. It seems like a while ago. We had our organizational support work session, and there was a request at that time, and what we felt that was being a direction from our board member, Vice President Andrew Becker, who directed that these policy revisions be brought in October, so 2019, to make sure. And so it really took some time away. We knew that, we would have a little difficulty getting everyone's voice perhaps, and so it took the month of October off the table. So here we are. The policies take some time, and so I want to commend our students. And with a shortened timeline, I think you did your very best to gather as much as we can information, and so did staff. So just to give you a little more background, just for input, over the summer, the executive director of secondary schools and legal counsel met with the students and looked at the policy, listened to feedback that the students had gathered, and developed a process for the student officers who sit before us to gather further feedback from stakeholders. The ICSC officers then met with the secondary principals during the summer months to get potential policy revisions and gather feedback. And then the officers brought the principals' feedback back to the executive director of secondary schools and district legal counsel. So thus the policy was created. The revisions were made to the policy, and then I had the fortune to meet with the executive director and district legal counsel on September 11th and hear directly from the students what they found and to review any draft revisions. The first time that this was actually presented to our secondary principals as a formal opportunity, both by Dr. Wiegand and legal counsel Melissa Thiel-Cowler, was September 17th. So it went to the principals at that time that included all the draft revisions that the students had brought forward in their feedback. Secondary principals were then asked to go to their buildings to receive additional feedback regarding the draft policy from their administrative teams. And the secondary principals provided feedback from their administrative teams and staff, and those revisions were incorporated into the policy. And just a note, the cover sheet for consideration tonight in particular notes that there was not consensus among administration and staffs around some very key components of the policy. We talked about that with the students as well. On September 25th, we again met with the ICSC officers to review the additional draft revisions of the policy following the feedback from the secondary principals and staff. And in addition, we talked about preparation for tonight. A short survey was sent to parents. I knew we were on a shortened timeline, so what we did through our electronic email is we developed a short survey really focused in on wearing of headwear in schools. And the data from the survey was also provided in the cover sheet. So we're on a shortened timeline required to do the policy. The parent advisory group hadn't met, but we did get I think 160 some feedback response from parents, so that was helpful. So bringing this forward. So as such tonight, the draft revisions that you see are based on the feedback we were able to gather between the time we laid out, I think a month would have given us a little more time, but here we are, and I'm hopeful that we recognize how hard our students have been working on this behalf, and also on the behalf of making sure that we have the very best policy in gathering data. So at this time, I wanted to make very clear that the administration is not making any formal recommendations at this time, and this is a board decision, and the proposed revisions, hopefully that lay before you. There's a number of options for you. The proposed revisions provide clearer guidance. The goal is to provide clearer guidance for building administrations regarding what's permissible and what's prohibited. So as we move forward, in addition, the policy is really intended to focus on equitable and objective view of the appropriate student attire, maintaining health and safety as well as protection. So as previously stated, there was not consensus among stakeholders around the various components of the policy, and so the Board of Education may determine how to revise the proposed language that is in the policy right now. There's a number of options, and address the various concerns. So at this time, I invite the students to start to share their feedback and determine with respect to the scope of what's permissible in school in terms of your findings. So there you go. I want to welcome, and I know that Melissa Thiel-Cowler and Dr. Wiegand are in the back there if you have any additional need for their voice as well. But let's start with the students. And you know how to turn this on, right? No, Noah does. All of you guys do. So maybe just give some general background of your findings and where you're at on this policy. You did a great job.
So when we met with all the school's principals, the three of us separately, we obviously got a ton of mixed opinions from them regarding coats and hats. And it was interesting to see some of those opinions. For example, at Washington, Mrs. Olson, the principal there, she has let her students wear hoods around the school for the past year, and she has not yet had one problem with it, which I found very intriguing and very interesting because, as you guys know, Washington is one of our more issued schools. And just to have that show that hats don't matter, hoods don't matter, excuse me, because hats aren't allowed there. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
When I went out and talked to the principals, I found really varying results from both the middle school perspective and the high school perspective. I actually found at the middle school level, they were a lot more open to allowing hoodies and hats more for the students' comfort, especially because, I mean, at that time, it's an awkward time for kids and they just want each individual student to be comfortable in their own space. Whereas when I visited the high school level, I found they were a little more strict on it because I talked to Preble, and obviously being one of the biggest schools in the state, safety is a huge concern there. So that's kind of what I found.
I talked to the principal of the NEW Charter School, and he shared his view of he said that he separates behavior from clothing, and that if a student is having behaviors in the classroom or is disruptive, he said it's not because of the clothing, it's because of other things that I'd rather address than a dress code issue. And so that was essentially what I got from West as well. I talked to Mrs. Jacobson from West, and I met with her, and she said, so I had a pretty consistent view, and she said that she was pretty comfortable with a more wide variety of what students wear, and said that youth culture is different to her than learning, and that she would rather focus on learning than dealing with dress code complaints that escalated down to her office. She said that it was more important to how can we get students to learn versus dress code, or how can we get students to dress in a certain way. So I had consistent results. If I would have been able to meet with Franklin, I think there could have been something else there, but I didn't get a response back from them.
So to clarify, you didn't get any information from Franklin? Okay. Christina.
Hi, thank you. I have a few questions for you. When you talked to the principals, did you get a sense of how many of the principals talked to their staff at large to get input from them so that they could bring that feedback directly to you?
We met with them before there was even a proposal on the table, and because of that, they only had talked to us. We gave them the information. So they didn't have time to.
So we don't really have a sense of how many staff had participated in this conversation. And maybe that's not directed at you, or just sort of the process.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa.
As Melissa comes up, just to clarify, I know that the students helped shape the policy that went out to the principals on September 17th. And I think that at that point in time, we were anticipating, at least initially, that we would have the month of October then to get a little more feedback. So I'll turn that over.
Hi. As the students indicated, we drafted the policy over the summer. Staff are not in session over the summer, but the principals are here. So ICSC reps went and met with the principals to get feedback so we could start drafting that policy. Once we had formulated the policy and we had pretty much finalized most of it after that September 11th meeting, the first meeting with secondary principals was September 17th. So Dr. Wiegand and I met with all of them, and we were able to meet with all of the secondary principals. They were there. So the Franklin principals were there and able to provide feedback. So we did get voice from all of the principals. We then provided the draft of the policy to the principals and asked them to return to their schools, recognizing that the board directed the policy to come in October. We asked them to meet with their administrative staff and also any staff members that they thought would be appropriate. They all recognized that a good sounding board would be their BLTs and CLTs. And so they asked for time to meet with their BLTs and CLTs. They then provided all of that feedback back to me. I got several Google Docs from various buildings. Other principals just sent emails back to me with the staff input, and that was reflected in your cover sheet as well as information in the policy itself. So then we revised the policy again and met with the students again on September 25th and provided that information to you. And actually, we had a few more revisions last week leading up to this board meeting that we again sent out to principals. And at the very last minute, we got one principal feedback again, which caused another revision that I sent to Sandy again on Friday. So there has been ongoing communication throughout the summer and as much as we could in September leading up to this meeting when staff returned in September. And as Dr. Lingenfeld notes, for larger policy changes, some of you may be familiar with the grading policy committee, the social media committee, the wellness policy committee. That's typically our process. And had we had the time, that would probably have been how we would have gathered the feedback, had representatives of all stakeholders on that committee. So recognizing we didn't have a time to convene a committee, get nominations or people soliciting representatives on that committee, we did the scattershot approach as you see in the memo, gathering all of that feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. That was very helpful. Let me ask you for your professional opinion, and I know we were hoping to get this out over the summer, and now we're in the middle of the school year. And I know the timeline is tight, and we've all put a lot of work into this. But do you think there would be value in doing a deeper staff survey of teachers to get their voice? And I bring this up because I had heard a lot of chatter around the community of, we didn't know this was happening. You know, we haven't had the opportunity to provide feedback, and actually some folks that did hear about it from their BLT, they knew about it, but there wasn't really a two-way feedback opportunity. I obviously want to, again, be careful of timeline and work, and I know that we've had a wide variety of opinions, so I don't know if there's going to be a consensus that will be clear on what we should do, but what are your thoughts on additional staff feedback?
Thank you. So I don't think this is my legal opinion, but I think this is my opinion having been here for 7 years and have worked through some pretty substantial changes here in the district. Change is hard for anybody, and I think if you have the more input, then you have a better understanding of why the change. And I think we are proposing some pretty monumental changes not we're proposing, but you have in front of you some pretty monumental changes based on the feedback from the students and the staff that we were able to get. My concern is the buy-in, and the adults are going to be implementing the policy, and I have concerns about not what comes next and not affording the people who are closest to the students an opportunity to have voice in the development of this policy. So my preferred method would have been the committee, and recognizing the shortened timeline. I think the work that has gotten us to this point has gotten us a really good draft, and I think it would be, it's no time loss. It's just gotten us to a really good point that we have a starting point if we want to convene a committee, including parents, because I think parents, a parent myself, are going to have strong opinions about what your kids are allowed to wear in school and what their friends are allowed to wear in school. So I think it would be good to allow us that opportunity to have a committee with a broad representative of stakeholder input, including members of the board. We've had, again, I go back to those committees that we've already done for the grading policy, the social media policy, the wellness policy. We've had board representation, and I think it was good for the board to hear staff and parent and all that feedback as part of that process.
Could I ask you, how long a timeline are you thinking if we were to go to the committee?
If the committee model is something that the board wants, that probably is the most, a larger undertaking in terms of just finding people to serve, coming up with calendar. I would think that would probably take, it depends how many times the board would expect this group to meet. If it was a one time just get voice, and would that be inclusive enough for the stakeholder group? You know, is that enough for schools? I think that's the piece. We've talked about it today again and said, how do you ensure all voice in this particular large of a change? And what would the board find acceptable to be enough voice or to meet your thinking. So that's really kind of a larger question. Is a survey and just feedback. I know several of the principals, or at least a couple, put together Google Docs and then just had everybody weigh in. And so, which is different than convening a committee. So I think that's really some direction we would want from you before we move forward.
So the policy, which really great job and some of the leadership there. There's other things in there, a few kind of monumental changes. The feedback that I've received is pretty heavily around the hat hoodie issue. I've not had anyone say, hey, if a classroom's cold and a student wants to wear their jacket in the classroom, that's common sense, and we know we have some cold classrooms. Certainly some of the language around the gender biases that exist. I've not heard anyone say that they disagree with removing some of those gender biases. The feedback has strictly been around the hats. So I'm wondering, understanding we need to get some more feedback. However, a few of those changes seem fairly unanimous, at least from the feedback that I've received, and wondering if we can adjust some of the policy and take this kind of pretty big issue where I've heard from both sides pretty strongly, and wondering if we can just, I know it seems weird to get a committee together to discuss hats and hoodies, but that seems to be the sticking point, and I would hate to throw the entire policy in and delay that when we've got some pieces that everyone seems to think are really good. So just a thought.
Okay, so I think I think there, as someone who pushed for this to happen sooner, yes, I did, because I really actually thought we could have. I didn't want a mid-year change, but that being said, what I want even less than a mid-year change is a next year change. I don't want anything to do with that. I guess I wish more had happened to get, I know that getting the teacher voice was put in the hands of principals, and some of them reached out. I'm not interested in really waiting much longer on this, because in the end, it's clear that there won't be consensus on the sticking point issues. We can be, the parent survey was split almost three ways, that survey that was taken. The board is going to have to make a decision in an area where there isn't a clear community consensus about the hat issue anyways. I've seen how our committees work, and they generally provide good results, but over a long time, and they're usually in areas where there's likely to be consensus. I envision a committee, a broad community committee similar to ours, in a process that, in the past has been looking for consensus on a referendum where you can usually put everything together and come to a consensus, or a grading policy where there was a good chance of reaching a consensus on at least some points, like they did, coming to consensus on pluses and minuses, counting. It was pretty, and 90, 80, 70, it was pretty, there's no chance of a consensus here, so that's what worries me, is that the wheels would spin and we would just delay and delay. I guess I would be interested in some kind of surveying done in-house, not externally, or some comment period, or convening some, having some opportunities for buy-in, but I'm just not interested in this taking a long time. Some of the things that we heard, not so much this year, were very concerning to me, were things that escalated into, became serious student disciplinary incidents, escalated over something that would have never started if we weren't so worried about what a kid was wearing. And I'm interested in that stopping, last year, but I can't do that, but that can stop now. So I'm not opposed to a reasonable short time frame opportunity to have the districts search out some opinion, but I don't, not a task force.
I am not going to call myself and then I'll call on you. Sorry. I agree with both Eric and Andrew. I think, Eric, your point is well taken. In terms of the contacts that were made to me, the headwear piece was the one issue that people had concerns about, and I think perhaps if the opportunity to present some rationale for easing up on headwear were allowed, that we might be able to make that less of an issue. And I think that can be done in a timely fashion.
Can I just ask a question about that? So I completely understand and I completely agree that the headwear is the issue. And that is why you have 4 options and the administration has not made a recommendation. So if there is an opportunity for a rationale as to the why, that sort of thing, I'd ask you who would do that, because again, there's not a unanimous position with respect to administration, the building administration. The district administration is not making a recommendation. So I would ask the board who would be explaining that rationale, and would the rationale be done before you make your decision so that you are gathering input, or would it be an explanation to the staff after you've made the decision?
I would be inclined to get that information, to do that before. And I think because this is a student-driven initiative, I think it would behoove you, and we can assist, to document the rationale coming from the students and sent to staff as to why the headgear piece is of particular interest. Because I agree with everything else, all of the other changes. It's the headgear piece that I'm not saying I don't agree with, but I think that is what people are concerned about.
Can I go now?
You may go now.
Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
Well, to go back to what a lot of the parents talked about in the open session and the educators, the why is very important. And so I think that's a really important piece, and I don't think it has to be a lengthy, bold statement. If you all are interested in working on something, I'll just throw my name out there. I'd be happy to work with you guys to draft something. Just a general statement of how we got here, and, sort of maybe a general statement of belief maybe from the board. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. Another thing I wanted to actually ask you all about the hats, hoodies, and bandanas and other headwear is, where did you get any feedback about head wraps and head scarves? Because that's sort of an outlier that's not on here that I know many of our students wear, and I want to ensure that that continues.
That wasn't really a topic of discussion. I think that the principals, when we talked to them, had understood that that was going to remain in place.
I think, at least for me, and I'm not a student in the district, I'm not a principal, I'd like to see maybe something, because I think head scarves and head wraps could sort of feel like headwear, right? And I want to just be careful about that, and of course we know that, but just something to think about.
Noah.
Yeah, there are students who wear such garments for non-religious reasons, so they don't have that specific protection, who are generally allowed to do it. But I would like to say that that's not a guarantee from any school under current policy. No, I don't disagree with that, and I think most people are in favor of that. And from what I talked to, both principals were okay with that. I guess with studying this further, from the document I see in front of me, I don't understand exactly. You say you would understand more of the why. But I certainly talked to staff, and I think all of us did. And I think if you're trying to do like a survey, I think is kind of what's in people's heads, although there's nothing formal yet, that much I understand. But if I'm gonna quote my math teacher, because I think she says this one thing very well. A lot of decisions are going to end up hurting feelings, and at some point they have to be made. And I just want to throw that quote out there. I think you could study this. I think you could study this for years, and except for any small maturation effect, you'd get essentially a split on the why, on the what should you do, on the how soon should you implement it. I think, except for a little bit of maturation, you'll get a split of pretty much the 4 options you have in front of you. And from my personal view, I think that if board members don't like one of the options, then they should just not vote for it, or they should vote no on the main policy and fail it. And if that were to occur, I'd understand. But I think the board should, from my personal view, I think the board should move with this fairly soon, because the concern was brought up of students, like right now, there are escalating disciplinary actions that don't need to happen. And as soon as the board can pass a policy, you'll reduce that. And I'm going to be honest, most of those disciplinary things that escalate are about hoods and hats. So if you postpone that and put it into a committee for a few months, that will still keep happening for a few months. Or even if you run a survey for a month and a half, or throw it onto the November cycle, I think at some point the board, I think you'll end up with pretty much the options you have right now, and you'll have to make a pretty similar decision with about the same amount of information, just with a higher sample size.
Thank you, Noah. Well said.
Mm-hmm.
Brenda.
So that was well said.
Yeah,
He's
right. He's right.
I just said that to somebody this afternoon, not as well as you did, but same idea. One of the questions I have as we talk about the idea, and I think it's a good idea of coming up with the whys and trying to get at least some input from people. I think the buy-in actually comes from the people we're asking to fill out the survey to help them understand some of the why. It might change their opinion, what they give you back in the survey, depending on what the whys are. But my question as we look forward to doing that is, if we work with you, do all 3 of you, are you on the same page? And when we work with you, are we all on the same page? And I don't know that answer yet, because we have 4 options, and I don't know where everyone's leaning up here. So I think that that's going to be important for us to determine before we set people off on a job to write up if we decide to do that, to write up a survey and come up with the justification, the reasons why these options are on the table.
Well, and the other option is for us to make the decision today which option we would like.
Yeah.
And then still give people the opportunity to weigh in on, will this work for you? Why won't this work for you? And get that kind of feedback and then make the decision.
Yeah, because
we don't have to dilute it with 4 different options. We would just come up with our option.
An idea. Yeah.
And the 4 options are the ones that are highlighted?
Yes.
Yes, in the policy.
Under B, headwear. Rhonda.
Okay, I just want everyone to know that I was under the impression that teacher feedback had happened. And I was under the impression that that had happened this summer, because when it was originally discussed last year, the conversation was, we're going to take the summer and then move into maybe it was going to be happening in back to school conversations. But just so people know, I assumed that had happened. Now, I had made a social media post, and I'm very grateful for that platform to be able to get feedback on that. And I can say that overwhelmingly, most staff that, the staff that commented, and I saw people I'd never seen before, they said they did not have any opportunity to weigh in on this potential change. And I think that's a bigger conversation right now we have to think about and consider, is when we're actually making decisions that are something, I know the word is being used, monumental, but it's a significant change in the classroom, and I believe that when we do that, we need to talk to the people in the classroom first. We wouldn't even be here right now if we had done that. I'm not sure why that didn't happen, and maybe that's on me to push for that, and I have to stop assuming things and do that. So I'll take that on myself. But I believe that I personally will not even, I can't even make this decision about even the selection of what we're going to even consider until we do have some way to get that voice, because while I may not even agree with some of the things being posed to me from staff of things to consider, and I have different feelings about that, I have and will always sit at this table and want teacher voice to be part of everything we do. So I'm hoping that the board considers that before we would move forward. I also want to talk about the convocation that happened at the beginning of the school year, which is a lot of the schools get together and they bring in a speaker to I don't know, I guess kind of get people going for the school year. There was a lot of conversation. I did not attend it, but I heard a lot about it. And the conversation continued to talk about culturally responsive practices as far as our students coming to school, what they're wearing, how comfortable they feel in school. I think it's important to consider also that we talk about safety when we talk about hats and hoodies. What kind of a message does that send to a student who actually has a head wrap? I've always wondered about what that sounds like, especially when there might be a language barrier, or there might be, they don't understand our history. And frankly, I, to this day, don't understand how a hat is unsafe. I mean, I might actually even bend a little on the hood thing, because, the conversation is kids are vaping in the hoods, and I'll give you that, right? But I think when it comes down to, when we're talking about safety, we're talking about making sure kids feel valued, and we're looking at the whole child. I think it's really important to consider what that message sends to students who feel they need to be covered or are covered every day on a regular basis in the schools, that we're actually saying that something on your head, you're unsafe. So I'm really hoping that we consider all of this language, all of this conversation, everything that we're having in regards to safety. I would also be very interested in knowing where the evidence is to show that hats are unsafe. We use data for so many things in this district, and I would love to see that. So I'm hoping that also begins to be part of this conversation as well, because in the end, I do believe that students, they do have rights. We want them to come to school and feel valued. We want them to come to school and feel that there's nothing wrong with them. Then we need to stop. We have to start thinking about how we actually talk about something they might actually walk out the door and put on versus coming in. So I personally do not want to move forward, even though I'd love to do something with this policy change, but I just cannot do that until we have some feedback from staff, or at least more feedback from staff. Thank you.
Melissa.
I just want to clarify the safety comments. So it was not the district administration making any comments about or concerns about safety. In fact, when we talked to the coordinator of safety and security, he indicated that hats and hoodies are not a concern when it comes to needing to recognize students on video, or would be a barrier in or posing safety issues of what may be under that hat or hoodie, because same things can be hidden under clothing. In talking with Ms. Jacobson and Ms. Olson, who have allowed the hats and hoodies at West and Washington, they indicated that safety was not an issue in allowing those hats and hoodies. Again, there was never a problem recognizing students on the cameras when there were fights or things that needed to be looked at on the camera. So from the district's perspective, we have not raised the issue of safety. The comments from staff that we did include in your cover sheets were concerns about safety.
Thank you. And that is where I'm getting this from, is the feedback that I received from staff, that is what their concern is about. But I would ask them to also think about that message and what it's sending to all kids who get up in the morning and for whatever reason, and personally, it's not my business, right? Why you want to put something on your head to feel better. To me, it's really not my business. So.
I just want to share that I did attend the safety meeting last Friday, and I threw this out for discussion, and it was a good illustration of how all over the place this is. There's lots of different opinions. These were administrators and safety experts and people with a lot of knowledge about safety. The one thing that kind of resonated with me was one of our district staff saying that the amount of time and energy that they spend policing this is very significant, and they're kind of tired of it. And I did get feedback from a teacher who was speaking for a group at East, saying that they do have safety concerns. They didn't go into detail, but they wanted to share that with me, and that's all.
Brenda? So, Rhonda, I'm curious because you speak very forcefully for one of the answers here. And so I'm curious, if you get feedback from 2,000 teachers, are you going to change your mind? Or can we at least narrow this down to 2 options tonight and move forward with feedback on 2 options instead of 4 options? Because I actually, I agree with you. So I'm trying not to, I'm trying not to stall the process for something that's in the end not going to make a difference in our final decision.
I would say that I don't believe it's a good idea to speculate on anything right now. And I think sometimes if we don't allow certain voices, especially people who are going to be the closest to the change, to have some sort of voice in this process, we're establishing it's not a precedent that I'm willing to attach myself to in the first place. So I'm not really, I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. How would I know that, right? I wouldn't know that. So what I would say is, I think we need to take a really hard look at, this was a misstep. And I think that is really the bigger picture here. And I'm hoping that's what we leave with. But it's also, I think it might open up a conversation, I believe, if we get the feedback with what is it that is the fear? I mean, this has been going on, forever. I mean, it really is an archaic policy, really, and it doesn't actually address really anything. It's like we're manufacturing problems with this policy versus actually, we're actually creating more issues for ourselves. So I think maybe the conversation that might result from this would be worth having, even if it's uncomfortable, even if people disagree. I mean, I can tell you I don't agree with some of the things, but that doesn't actually take precedent over the fact that people do have a right to weigh in. And maybe, again, this could actually open up some opportunity for conversation and clarity and education. So that's my answer.
Andrew.
So what I'm interested in, and I'll come back to this in a minute, is in getting reaching out, and I think there can be a way figured out that is not too difficult to quickly give all staff an input to weigh in on this. I think I talk a lot about big district problems, and one thing that happens in a big district is I think, the principal meeting and principals were asked to reach out to staff. That might mean a different thing for each principal, and each principal might have very reasonably figured that they knew what was the best way to go to get the input, but naturally that's going to include some reaching out to everybody in the building, because you can do that in certain buildings, and some of it's going to go through a building leadership team, which maybe, is there an assumption that the BLT is a cross section of the staff? It's probably a group of very dedicated staff, but it's probably not a cross section of staff either. A building leadership team. Okay. So I guess I would like to see us do something like possibly email out to staff with some kind of a Google form or something where they could just respond to their thoughts. With their thoughts quickly, with the, this to whatever extent this was a surprise, it's not anymore. And if a mass email is sent out in the next couple days with a link to here's your chance for free response to dress code, then I think we'll have that. It might be it might be many pages. It might be just but I think that would, because although I think it's pretty likely where I would vote. Even if we need to honor that teacher voice, and I like the idea of coming up with something to do it that doesn't involve meetings, because meetings are weird too, because meetings also, the fact that you have to attend the meeting changes the dynamics. So this would be a fair opportunity for everybody to give their input.
Michelle, then Rhonda.
First of all, I see this as an opportunity to add more voice, because I know that the students were very concerned when we came forward tonight that they had not done a good job. And I would offer that I believe they did. They were concerned about that. Am I accurate? Yeah. They approached me. I think that the piece also, given the rigorous timeline, I know that if you go back to that June document, you'll see we had concerns at that time as well. And I think that it isn't done until the board, this is a board decision. And so there is opportunity to bring more voice to the table. I know that we had a limited time frame for the parents, and we were able to put out a survey. And again, I think what's really important with this is to be able to say, okay, I think we need more voice. Many of the principals went out and did their due diligence, so I don't want to dismiss that either, and got data and brought it back. So I just think if the board is not comfortable with the parent voice at this, or the staff voice at this time, and I wholeheartedly support as much staff voice as possible, I just want clarification as to next steps, and we can go out and do the same survey questions we ask parents, if that would be amenable to the staff, and bring that back. So I just put that out there, but I just really want the team and Dr. Wiegand, they worked real hard on this stuff, trying to gather as much information. These students did a great job, so I don't want to diminish that. It's always an opportunity, though, to add more voice, and I think that's a great opportunity for us to all learn and move this forward. So,
Welcome to the world of document proposal. Rhonda and Eric.
I am very grateful that students actually found something that they actually wanted to see change, evolve. They're invested, they're centered in this, and I am very grateful for everything you've done. I think something to consider as well, and I know there will be teachers, and there may even be some in the audience listening. There are cultures in our district who actually see wearing hats, it's self-worth, it's pride, right? It's something that they actually feel really positive about. And I want you to consider what that feels like. And I also would like to ask you to maybe consider having a conversation with students who pull their hoods up or you know, maybe walk in with a hat. To me, this is an opportunity for all of us to think about who we are, why we do things when we're in a classroom. There could be relationship building there, there could be understanding happening, there could be something there that it's different. Some people would never put a hat on. I personally I wear a hat a lot. I'm a hat girl, always have been. Why do I put one on? Makes me feel good. There must be a very similar thing with students who choose to do that. And I feel like the conversation, I'm hopeful that the feedback also includes some conversation maybe in the classroom about why do you want to wear a hat today? Why would you want to walk in with this? Because that is something we talk about, building relationships. We talk about having some, you know, some community in our schools. And to me, this is an opportunity, and I'm hoping it happens. Thank you.
I support Andrew's idea. I'd like to quickly get some feedback from teachers. If that feedback comes back and it's inconclusive, you know, as Noah's sort of suggestion, which it may, yeah, then we're gonna have to make the best decision, reflect each of us, because I'd be curious though if that comes back and says 90% of teachers say no, I don't support this idea, then that means something to me too, because right now the teachers that I have heard from, it's pretty much unanimous. So I'd be curious to hear a broader voice. And again, Rhonda, to your just last point, I wonder though if some students totally agree that they're doing it for self-esteem, maybe it makes them feel good, and I want to make sure that we honor that and support that. I wonder if some students are using it to avoid learning. And if teachers might feel that way, to say, you know, is a student, you know, trying to avoid what's going on in the classroom. I don't know if that's the reason that teachers are feeling that way, but ultimately that's what teachers are responsible for, is the learning outcomes of their students. And if it becomes a barrier to that and makes it harder for the teachers to do their job, you know, that's something that I want to make sure that we listen to that voice too. Sure. Yeah.
And okay, so obviously I don't know the answer to that, but I think it would be interesting to pose and consider, maybe it's not that they don't want to learn, it's that they're told that they can't do something that makes them feel good when they walk outside of school. Maybe there's a value issue happening, right? I don't feel valued in this room, so why should I learn? Maybe it even starts with that first, as I'm a person, and these are the things that make me feel good, and somehow when I'm in this classroom, it's wrong. So I would hope that would be, again, the conversation with teachers, I think is really critical to find out the reasons about that.
Laura, then Christina.
I have just two practical questions. Can this be implemented without having it be published in the handbook?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? And then the second one, who would actually analyze the data that we gather from teachers? Like, how would that be presented? How would we know how would we measure those results?
I can answer your first question. So in the handbook this year, we put a disclaimer that this policy was under review and that we would send out the revised or adopted policy at the time that it was adopted. So as long as we give the notice of the new dress code, then we will be compliant with the handbook. I cannot answer the second question.
I know that the second question for us when we put that survey out came through communication. So I'm going to ask Lori how difficult it was to aggregate that data and just put it in a chart.
Well, from a perspective of just the Google question, because
Yeah.
it was a, you know, here are your three choices, pick one, that's not hard. If we're asking for comments, then the question is I think that's the question is, who analyzes those comments, or is it just the board is just gonna read all of those comments?
It's just us.
From a time frame, that makes the most sense, and of course you would pick up themes and could aggregate that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. I'm fine with that. I just kind of want to know how this is going to play out. That's all.
Yes, and then Andrew.
Okay, make my comment very quick.
Good.
Jeez. It's only 8 o'clock.
Just a point.
I'm just kidding. I agree. I think we could do something fairly quickly where we could get a survey out to staff. I don't think it has to be like super long and timely, but just providing an opportunity for teachers and staff to give feedback. I think to go back to your point, Melissa, it will provide a lot of insight on the implementation, because when we know what the anxieties are or the concerns are, whatever the board decides, then that drives the next piece. And I think, of course, anytime you're doing something around policy that has a direct implication and an attachment to culture climate, we know that creating a policy is never going to be the like end result. So it's just going to be the next phase, right, of what we decide this district values in terms of seeing the whole child and how them showing up and what they wear contributes to their not only academic success, Eric, to your point, but also to their like success and just feeling great as a person. So I just wanted to share that, and I think it's exciting that we're having this conversation. Like, it's great that we're all so passionate about it. I actually think it's like, yes, like the work that you guys are doing.
You've gotten us there.
Yeah, you've gotten us there, and I was talking to my daughter, actually. She's in 6th grade, and she came home and she was making some minor complaints, nothing big about dress code, and I said, oh, get you connected to ICSC, and she was like, no, thank you. But it's important, and I just want you to know that I appreciate y'all.
Andrew.
So, so I would propose that we give this, this should be, there wouldn't be many questions in the survey. It would be mostly based on the comments. I would propose that could be rolled out very, very quickly. We could have a 1 week collection period, and then, no one's gonna, the people know their opinions on the issue, and then I think we can still be ready to go on schedule for the 21st with a vote on this, which I think is important. And I was really, I got very worried when I heard people starting to talk about committees, because it's just not what we need here. So is the council itself divided among the options for hats, or did you just feel it prudent to provide more than one?
The multiple options were based off of principals and parents and those opinions. As a council, I feel like we're pretty split between all agreeing on one thing and the other group not caring at all. So, yeah.
And that's okay to have, if you have a group has a strong opinion on one opinion, and then others don't have a strong opinion, that's okay. And I think there'll be, for all the attention this has gotten, I bet there's probably, when we see how many people respond to the survey, there's probably a lot of staff who don't have a strong opinion about it either. Some do. So, I just want to make sure that this can happen quickly, because I do think that there are cases where dress code is being used by one party or the other to have a student not be in class, and ultimately we want the students to be in class. I'll just leave it there.
So I have to ask, is it practical to do this by the 21st?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you may.
Okay. I think we can do it by the 21st, so long as you're not asking based on that feedback that we make any changes to the policy, because if that's the case, Sandy has to have those by next Thursday, and I don't think that would allow for a whole week then for feedback. So if you're asking just the policy will come back to you on the 21st as is, then I think we could do it by the 21st based on Lori's ability to get the survey out.
And how's that looking for you, Lori?
She did it once.
So I just want to be clear on what we're asking. So are we asking them to weigh in on all 4 options? Are we just asking for a general, like, so I guess that's my question, is what would be the specific questions we're asking in the survey?
List the questions that we asked the parents, because those cover.
The same questions the parents?
No, I mean, just tell us what those were, remind us.
So they,
Oh, it's on
they-
our cover sheet?
Right,
Okay.
so they just got a question
Oh, yeah, that's
about
right.
how they felt, and then we gave them 3 options.
Yeah,
Did they have a free comment section?
no.
No, we didn't provide a free comment section.
Yeah, but we could add that we gave some background, just a brief background, paragraph, if I'm not mistaken.
It was very short. Yep.
But, and then gave them the options.
Yep.
But there was some sort of, I don't know, questioning about the hoodies in general.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't necessarily, do you approve of hoodies? It's, I think the question is, are you okay with the hood is up? Because I think in the survey, it didn't state the hood was up. It just said, are you okay with wearing hoodies? Which is an entirely different question versus.
But they reference other headwear, so it's pretty obvious that the hoodie has not become a headwear.
Yeah, but I would say, I'm just giving feedback from what I was told. It's a different question when you're talking about, because they feel like you're actually asking if they mind people wearing hoodies, and it's not, that's not the question. The question is putting the hoodie up.
Wearing a hood, would that work? But so just to clarify, so that same question we asked parents, we would just send out to staff, and no comments are needed, or did you want comments?
Comments.
And comments, okay.
And just do it in a Google, whatever is easiest to pile them up, and then just give it to us.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
we'll
we
read them
can get
ourselves.
that out tomorrow. I just want to make sure we're sending out the right thing.
So the 3.
And should she link the policy then for people to be able to read what the proposal is, and then they can provide feedback to the proposal? Okay.
So the 3 questions are: I do not support wearing of hats and hoodies in school. I support wearing hats and hoodies in school. I support wearing hats and hoodies in common areas, but not in classrooms. So does that cover what we would like teachers to respond to? That's what we asked the parents.
Right.
Yeah.
And she'll take off hoodies because they think.
No, she's wearing of hats and
Yeah, what we can do is just put wearing hoodies and then parentheses wearing
wearing
the
the
hood up,
or something.
For
Yeah.
clarity.
I think.
Does this, is this just middle school and high school, or does this include elementary schools?
It's everybody.
It includes elementary, and one of the suggestions from one of the principals in your cover sheet is that you provide different rules based on the levels. So there would, for example, you would allow hats and hoodies in high schools, but not in middle or elementary schools. That was one option that was raised.
And then one more question, are we seeking input from all staff, or are we being specific as to what staff we're asking? All staff? That's much easier.
Yes. Thank you.
Then by all means, all staff.
Would we do about a week so the board has, I don't want to be, I mean, a week I think is enough. Not that we would discard anything that came in afterwards, but give the understanding that then we have a few days to look it over.
Yep. Thank you, Lori.
Thanks,
Okay.
Sorry for doing that.
Thank you.
Anything else that you? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys, good work.
Thank you.
Good job.
What do you want to work on next?
They want to get this one finished first. Let's see. Okay, next, West High International Baccalaureate Middle Years Program, Mathematics 4 and 5, Course Essential Documents and Resources. Oh, okay.
Do you have any gum, Katie?
I don't, sorry.
Nobody wants to see me floss my teeth at the board table.
You got that right.
Oh.
Thank you for having us. We have a number of people working on our project tonight, but some of the main people that were involved in the work that we have before us tonight are Dr. Nancy Chartier, as well as Michelle Jacobson, principal of West High School. We also have Cindy Cantwell and Andrew Evenson, sorry, and several others. So we just want to make sure that as we go through the documents, that you realize that this is collective work of a number of people moving forward on International Baccalaureate programming. Yep, just hit the voice.
Thank you and good evening. Last year, the board approved the new IB program, diploma program math courses, IB math applications and interpretations, and IB math analysis and approaches. The need for these new courses were due to the changes by the IB organization. The two proposed courses for 9th and 10th grade at West are aligned both with the IB curricular requirements and the Green Bay Area Public School District's mathematics requirement. I would like to acknowledge the work done by the West Math Department and Cindy Cantwell, our curriculum coordinator for math, in ensuring the proposed courses are aligned with the district's traditional Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 courses. This time I'd like to introduce Michelle Jacobson.
So we are requesting that our math be changed from a traditional algebra in 9th grade to a 10th grade and 10th grade geometry. In the middle school MYP program for Franklin, they had an integrated math. Then they come up to West High School and they have a non-integrated math. And then they go to 11th and 12th grade back to an integrated math. And it is the opinion of the math department that for a smoother transition and for higher results, that the alignment should be integration all the way through.
And this is an important step for us as we connect our middle years programming at Franklin Middle School with the middle years programming at West High School. And that will create a seamless continuum of practice from our Chapel Elementary School, where we first work with our youngest learners in our International Baccalaureate programming, through to the diploma program at high school. So those are some areas that we're supporting, and we feel that the math department was as we mentioned in the spring, was a logical first step in where we wanted to go, because there was a large number of people in the department that felt that it was worthwhile and believed in the work, and there was change in the math work as well during that time, so we wanted to make sure that we were ready to go with that. We also, though, during that time, listened very carefully to the concerns of the board. There were concerns about making sure that the course guide that we offer, the course book to our students and parents, that accurately reflected what was going to be offered. And so we didn't want to make a quick change at that point that wasn't reflected in what we had communicated with parents. And so this allows us plenty of time to make sure that we have both the communication with parents, the training up of staff, and the integration of the work within the strategic plan at West for moving forward as a building.
Thank you, John. Any questions or comments? We do have one audience participant who would like to speak. I'll invite Noah Becker up. And if you could use that microphone right there. I think that's on. I don't think so.
There it is. It looks happy now.
All right.
Okay. All right. I forgot. Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't seen anyone do one of these in a while. Where you do I like read through my rant, or is it more back and forth?
Go ahead and read through your rant.
Okay.
People are allowed to engage in conversation with
Yes.
you. And if they choose to mid-rant, is that okay?
Absolutely.
Very
Absolutely.
good.
Interrupting all the time, because that's.
We've got the ground
Yeah,
rules.
I get going and then
I know.
that's never good. So it was just presented to you, and I looked through the document too, although I didn't print it out. The basics of the MYP math, and from what it appeared to me, I guess maybe someone could weigh in on this. It was just stated that this combines Algebra 1 and Geometry. Does it combine Algebra 2? How, I guess I'm trying to figure out how Algebra 2 fits into this, and how does that lead into more, and how does that lead into then the IB diploma program, which is the junior senior program?
The math team, Bobby Joe and Danae and Michelle and I sat down and looked at our current CEDs for algebra, geometry, and algebra 2, and looked at the MYP year 4 and 5 content and made sure that the content that was in those 3 courses also aligned with year 4 and 5. And if there are additional, because the DP program, math program, would be your 3rd math credit, there will be the kind of leftover algebra 2 topics will then be covered in year 1 of the DP program.
We also wanted to make sure that students who are in advanced programming already, whose course has already been set, for instance, who might be taking algebra as 8th graders or maybe even in geometry as 8th graders, that we were giving consideration to what their programming would look like. And in the superintendent's update, there was a table shared that showed the courses that students would take. I've also just shared some information that was requested related to how do the colleges look at IB credit and how do they assign credit. And so that was something that I just forwarded on to the board as well, that has some answers to those most recent questions. That was shared with me later in the day on Friday, and so I didn't have time to forward it on to the board with the normal update because it came out afterwards, but I wanted to make sure you have that for access. But we do want to make sure that we're thinking about the needs of all learners, particularly if they have algebra already a course that they are taking or are about to complete, because we want to make sure that if it's an integrated course, we are offering it to the kids that are, or the students that are just reaching that point to begin with.
And it's, you asked, and I think MYP 4 is integrated algebra 1 and geometry, and 5 is integrated geometry and algebra 2, because you asked about what was missing, I think.
Okay, yeah, I saw that, but then that comes back into, so I've been here about like 8 too many times for most board members about IB, the diploma program math, and I was told a wide variety, and I'm not trying to blame anyone, and people were helpful afterward in trying to clarify some of those, but I was told such a wide variety of what is this course, because when you have an integrated course of something that's been standardized to a certain system for a long time, details get missed. And I guess I'm gonna just say I don't understand how are you gonna cover 3 years of math in 2 years? That that doesn't make sense to me. Without eliminating some topics. Will you eliminate all of it? No, I don't think they're gonna just say, geometry, I don't really like proofs, so we're gonna just throw the whole course out. I don't think that's the plan. But I do think that you cannot cover 3 years. You just can't cover 3 years of math. And that same thing came up in the diploma program course. For IB Analysis HL, it was how is this teaching some elements of Algebra 2, pre-calculus, and then Calc 1 and Calc 2? It's not. The answer is it's not. And there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, IB Analysis HL does look like a solid math course. It just doesn't line up with any of the university credit program. Because it teaches like a couple elements of Calc 2 and not all of it. So that was one of my biggest concerns with this, because I looked through the standards and it had a lot of Algebra 2 stuff, but there's things that have to be missing. So that sort of makes sense where that Algebra 2 would kind of be in the 11th and 12th grade programs, but how much is that going to limit the 11th and 12th grade programs now? If students don't have a complete background in Algebra 2, then how much are we going to pull the Calc 1 and the Calc 2 topics out of the advanced math course?
So in the proposal, it had said some algebra 2 topics. So, and how integrated works is generally you hit a topic and then you kind of spiral through the following year and hit it again deeper. And some of the algebra 2 topics will be that way. For example, trigonometry topics in year 5. You do some more simple identities and things like that, but then in the diploma project year 1, that's where you'd be hitting more the graphing, sine and cosine and tangent and things like that. So you are getting some of the Algebra 2 topics in year 5, and the rest, we will make sure that we want all students in Green Bay Public Schools to make sure that they have those Common Core standards. So if they are not getting it in year 5, we will put it in, we will either find it in the DP year 1 or make sure it's included.
Okay, that actually makes sense. So then that ties in. I have this whole page of and I'm trying to connect all my dots together. That ties into one of my points of then how does this West has a very mobile population. A lot of students come in, a lot of students come out. Just compared to the rest of the district. That's just something that is at West High School. So if we have a mobile population and we're trying to bring and we're covering parts of Algebra 2, parts of geometry, and then students leave. So now they go take what would be whatever course is closest to where they are at math. Now they have some of the elements they're expected to know, not all of them. Now when they get to their next year of math, then they'll be like, oh, hey, I recognize some of this. And that's definitely a good thing. But if we have a mobile population where students are going out with not complete knowledge of something, and then they're coming in, and then we have to try to get them into an integrated system. That seems pretty unfair to students who are coming in and out to try to teach to not allow a traditional pathway, because what this proposal is essentially eliminate the traditional pathway. When you do that, then the students who are coming in, coming out, they're forced into an integrated pathway. So how does that work with having one of the most mobile populations for district high schools?
Well, one element to consider, and I'll let Ms. Jacobson answer as well, but one element that we consider is that the IB programming actually has had a greater success rate with students from diversity, including considering poverty and mobility. So the higher success rate for students, particularly in being able to obtain credit-bearing reciprocity with the higher ed institutes, is higher for the International Baccalaureate programming than it is for the general track for students. So that is one factor that we've considered. But you do bring up a good point that we want to make sure that if a student was to enter into the IB track or exit out, that we would want to make sure that we're considering how can we make sure that learning is supplemented.
And I don't think that there is an easy answer, and I don't think that we have a clear-cut answer as it is now. When a student is coming in from a different system, they're coming from all different places and spots in a curriculum, and what another district starts with and what another district might do, we can't clearly match up 100%. And so this is a struggle that we have with students now. It wouldn't be something that is brand new. So we have a transitory population, and we're having to catch them up or figure out where they belong best, and that happens all of the time. It wouldn't, and it would happen with MYP. It happens now with algebra. It happens now with geometry.
And maybe Mr. Becker, if you want to go through and share all of your questions and comments, then we can respond to the summary of those comments as we go forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm really all over the place.
No,
Okay, I'll just read the rest of this, and then we can have a more productive conversation. So I'll just go through this whole thing. Okay, so this reason I'm really concerned about this is this district. My main concern with this. A lot of the talk is about how can we get students into more college credit opportunities? How can we get dual credit? And I will say West has a lot of dual credit options, and I think that's actually a very impressive program. How can we get students into college who might think, that's not for me? Students can still go into a 2-year program, right? All those different options. And the district, I think, has actually done a pretty good job of giving the different ways of how can we get students into higher education when that's the best option for them. IB doesn't do that. And that's not something that is me against IB philosophy or anything. That's definitely not what this is. Because I think some parts of IB philosophy are actually good. It's just that the credit system of universities is designed so that you go right when you're in high school, you take Calc 1 or Calc 2 as a senior usually through AP, although we do have dual credit options here. Specifically at Southwest, I know you can take Calc 1 and 2 through a dual credit program, as well as AP Calculus, BC, and such. So the district wants to get kids to have as many credit opportunities as possible, and I think that's very admirable. With IB, the most advanced class right now, I looked it up. If something changed, then correct me, please. But from what I looked up, a lot of schools haven't released credit for that, which is normal because IB will redesign their curriculum every 7 years. So then colleges have to figure out a whole new thing. And I think IB did this math change, especially for diploma program, very rushed. And colleges didn't have a lot of time to look at the textbook or anything. But the UWGB said, this is for the diploma program for like 11 and 12th graders, that for IB Analysis HL, the most advanced IB math class, which we offer at West, and I'm glad to know that we offer, you can get 4 credits for it. For AP Calculus AB, you also get 4 credits. So that's essentially taking Calc 1 in high school. I'm fortunate enough that I figured out a way to get into Calculus BC, which is Calc 1 and 2 taught over a year. So that program allows a lot more credits. But IB Analysis HL, you're going to have to retake. It says it goes up sort of through Calc 2, but it doesn't teach the whole thing, so you'll only get the Calc 1 credit because you get those 4 credits, right? You get the 4 Calc 1 credits, essentially. It doesn't exactly equate. Then in university, you go take Calc 2 again, even though you have supposedly already taken it, but now you're retaking Calc 2. And IB just doesn't match up. And that's just because you're using a more European model in an American university system. And some parts of it will change, but nevertheless, they're not going to make Calc 2 for IB learners. Like that course, I don't think I'll ever see in my lifetime is Calc 2, except it matches up with IB Analysis, and we redesign it every 7 years. I just don't think it's going to exist. I think IB students will always be in an awkward position of either having to retake Calc 2 or going to Calc 3 or linear algebra or intro to proofs or like you probably went to topology, but like a more advanced math course without a solid Calc 2 background, which is dangerous because you need to know those Calc 2 topics of integration and such. And so now I just went on this whole tangent. Now I'm going to relate it back to MYP. So MYP, the Integrated Middle Years Program for 9th and 10th graders, this eliminates any AP options. There's no traditional option left. And when IB was originally introduced at West, I did go ask a lot of people about this, a lot of staff who were there originally. They were told IB and AP could coexist. And now with newer people for IB on the IB side, it's being said that that's no longer the case. Why can this district not keep, I guess I don't understand how come that promise couldn't be kept, and how many teachers would have voted no on IB, because there was a vote, if they knew it was going to just eliminate all AP options and just try to make everything as IB centered as possible. I think you would have seen a different result on that vote, or at least it would have been a much different margin, because they were sold something that's no longer true. And if the board approves this MYP integrated math program for next year, this full speed ahead, this will not be true, because you won't have the same traditional options, you won't have the same traditional math options, and I think this is going to spill over in other subjects too. I don't think this is going to end up being just a math thing. I think you'll see this in pretty much everywhere else. And so that concerns me because the credit opportunities don't line up. They're not there. IB is not as good of a program as AP for getting into university with a solid math background. It's not. And I worry a lot about STEM when we're trying to get more kids into STEM, but then they end up in university and they're like, wait, why am I retaking Calc 2? I got some parts of this and learning like half the course because they already know the other half. That doesn't make much sense to me. All right. It's in here. There's more. I'm almost done though, believe it or not. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I guess I'll just close because I'm ready to close. So there's no reason to move this fast, this full speed ahead. It's not necessary. And I appreciate that even if sometimes I do get a little frustrated with it, the district does like to go very deep into, and the board too, really likes to know a lot about what they're doing. This integrated math being this forced, this monumental, to me this is way crazier than a dress code change. This is a serious impact on West students. I get it's only at one school, I understand. But it's a serious impact on how math credits will be issued in the future, and how does that tie into the sciences, because you need Calc 3 to take like physical chemistry. So these are all related, right? Math relates to a lot of different fields. So I do not understand why we want to move so full speed ahead with so little time. Why this, and in this subject area where IB lines up the least well, Where in other subject areas like IB English, for example, which I am taking and it's a great course, it lines up pretty well with the AP system. Why are we moving so fast, so quickly on an integrated math system where it doesn't line up with AP, and killing off the AP options when it doesn't line up with the university? I'm done.
Maybe we'll wait for the question, then respond, if that would be okay.
So I attended, I think except for one, ICSC Intercity Student Council meetings last year. And some, the school year prior as well, once I was on the school board. I remember a lot of conversation about what you're talking about in regards to concerns regarding college credits and the mechanisms of moving forward with that, as well as the class load in general. Am I wrong on this? Right? Okay, so I'm curious if we are honoring, and there was every time there was a meeting, there were hours, I'm sure, logged in with conversation around these considerations. So I'm just wondering, was that ever used to determine this proposal? All of the feedback that the ICSC spent quite a bit of time on, I'm just wondering about that.
So there were a number of factors that we use in determining what we're moving forward with as a proposal for West. Part of what we're concerned with is that West has a relatively small student population. With a smaller student population and only certain students going into the more advanced math classes, there is a challenge because there isn't a market or there isn't an economy of scale at West related to serving all students with the advanced math classes. We also felt that it was important, and it's part of the strategy for West High School and the identity of West High School. The board had previously, years ago, set West and a number of schools in the West Cluster on a trajectory to make sure that there was continuity of programming for International Baccalaureate students. And so part of the work that Ms. Jacobson and her team have done is taken a look at what are the next steps that they feel would be most beneficial in moving that forward together. It is, on one hand, you could say it's ambitious and moving quickly. On the other hand, it would have been ambitious and moving quickly had we done so last year. For this year, the board in the spring had decided that that we wanted to wait, and we think it was prudent. We think it was better opportunity for us to pause, reflect, make sure that the programming was in place and that it was clearly articulated. We want to make sure that when we're balancing program needs for kids, that we're thinking about how students can be best served with one system rather than trying to have their needs met through multiple systems. AP can be something that students still take within their course offerings. It is something that they can take virtually. They can take it through other schools, and so there are some options there. Ms. Cantwell, I'm not sure if you have anything that you would add to that.
The rollout would be year 4 next year, and then those students that are currently, as Mr. Magus said, students that are currently in algebra, geometry, algebra 2 pathway would continue through that. It would be incoming students who normally would take algebra 1 as a freshman or algebra 1 as an 8th grader would be in year 4 next year, and then the following year they would be in year 5. There will also be in this proposal, students will take AP statistics when they are not able to access the DP math program as sophomores. They aren't able to take those DP math classes yet, so AP statistics still will be an option at West High for those college credits too. Bobby, Joe, did you want to speak?
With those students taking the AP statistics course, they actually can end up getting more college credit if they are accelerating, because they would take the AP statistics course, get those AP credits, and then can move into the DP course. And they actually can still take, without taking an AP class, they can still take the AP Calc exam. So they can still get the AP Calc without being enrolled in AP Calculus exam. So there is still the ability to get the college credits, and actually if they are accelerated, they can end up getting more college credits.
Okay, I know you're like trying to talk.
Hi, I've been teaching the HLIB class since it began, and I'm currently teaching the AA class, Analysis and Approaches. And through my learning as an IB teacher, we've discussed a few times that Calc 2 is one of the most failed classes at UW-Madison, because students come out of high school calculus and are not ready for college calculus. Where in my class, they will be very, very well prepared for Calc 1 and can see a much longer success in college math. The second thing is if you look at the statistics of students who complete the diploma program and how many of those finish college, there's a much higher rate that they're more prepared for entrance into college.
Okay. I actually like the point about AP statistics, and back in my freshman year, going into sophomore year, we had like this group of people trying to recruit, and we're like, take AP statistics, sign up for AP statistics. And this year it finally ran, so we were all very happy about that. And that is definitely one part of this plan I actually do like, is the continuity of AP statistics. I think it's a good elective course. That said, statistics is more of a science course. It's not a pure math course, if that sort of makes sense. It's important, and you need it for a lot of things. In physics, right, you need the calculus for the kinematics and like how things move, and then you want the statistics to analyze the real data. And stats isn't a very important field, and a lot of math majors go with the statistics background. However, statistics is more of an elective course to me, and having that as like your placeholder for, wait, what do we do in 10th grade? Because IB has its shortcoming here, because it has no option here, because you have to be in 11th grade to take diploma program in most cases. So now what? What do we do? Statistics. It's not bad, but it completely diverts from from a fairly sensical pathway. And because even the MYP program, if you take year 4 in freshman year, and then sophomore year you take year 5, it kind of follows that same continuity of algebra, which leads into geometry, where you now have enough of a base to cover that, and then same for algebra 2 with trigonometry, then into analysis and pre-calculus, and then to calculus. It sort of makes sense. Where when you have a statistics, which is it's a great course. I love AP statistics, but it has nothing to do with until you get into calculus-based statistics, which is not available as a high school course. It really has no relation to calculus or to kind of getting a solid base for calculus. It's completely out of the way. So you would take year 5, your freshman year, so kind of geometry, algebra 2-ish spliced together, and then completely go out of the way for AP statistics, and then be expected to perform in a high, fast-moving IB analysis HL. That doesn't really make sense to me. Even though I do like statistics being available, I think it should usually be taken either in conjunction with a calculus course like I'm doing, or taken if someone isn't planning to pursue a STEM career too deeply, they might want that stats background.
Thank you, Noah. Thanks for your contribution. I think we're going to move on. Okay. Thank you. We've got a lot more on the agenda tonight. Thank you. But you always have very fascinating information. All right. Any other questions or comments? The other Mr. Becker.
So, for me, the concerns about I don't see any pathway where my concerns about the movement of students between buildings will be able to be addressed. And is there sometimes difficulty evaluating credits between courses? I'm sure. Yep, and sure, sometimes kids move and a class is incomplete or something, but probably I would venture that one of the most standard things across the board for a kid coming in is that we know what algebra means much more than we know what Language Arts 11 means in Phoenix, or what Social Studies 10 means from Virginia. We pretty much know what algebra and geometry and algebra 2 means. That being said, I like the idea of students being able to do the whole IB pathway, and for me the solution is very straightforward, is that I am willing to vote to have both pathways, with the understanding that that would be a vote to run some smaller class sizes. I mean, and to me that works. It would provide an option for kids who come in 10th grade into West from another school where they would have taken algebra in 9th grade. For the kids who learn better in an integrated math system, they can take it all the way through. It would mean some smaller classes, but condensing math classes to be bigger is probably pretty close to the way I would be least interested in saving money. Like I can think of few that I would like less than that to save money. And so I am pro AP and I'm pro IB. And I think the traditional and the AP can coexist. And I'm excited for both. I'm legitimately excited for both options to be there. The reality is if you go the traditional pathway, if your goal is to get the most credits you can while still in high school, you probably can earn, if you're going at a intense pace, you can probably get more in other ways than IB. But I do think that there is value for many people in the integration that IB offers. So my hope is that within the next 2 weeks, we could come to some kind of an agreement where we would guarantee both pathways, and I think that could be very positive for Wes. I also, it's unusual to me that math is the vehicle to get more IB out there, when I think there's probably places where it's more natural because it doesn't change the system, and you could probably do without. It's a fundamental change to how we teach math. Where if we were doing, language arts across the board first, or world language across the board. Noah was telling me that, are you in IB Spanish yet? And he thinks it's great. So, but the question here is about math, so that's the thing that's been chosen, and what I intend to support and hope to have a chance to support in 2 weeks is both pathways.
So you're going to change the motion? You're going to, because to me those are two completely different questions. I'm not ready to vote on the AP question, just and have it as attached to a question about the IB. I think that requires more information than.
Does the motion actually get rid of all the other courses, or does it just add IB and then later a course book would come out? And I talked to John about this, and we talked about the importance, and he agreed about the course book saying what we offer in each school being true. So I guess it depends, I would think if you're going to do both pathways, you have to authorize these courses. I don't think a vote to authorize these courses should eliminate the other pathway, but I think the motion should be clear in the end what we're going to do.
I think the motion to run 2 tracks should be a separate discussion and a separate vote. And when is the deadline for the course catalog? Is it January, December?
Basically coming up in November, I mean, November would be the latest I think we could work things. We were considering bringing this forward in November, but we wanted to bring it in October so that there would be time for deeper consideration in case there was further exploration that needed to be done. I think what we've seen in some of our initial analysis of our IB programming in the Green Bay Area Public Schools and at West is that by not backing the International Baccalaureate programming fully, that we've ended up with some things that were not implemented with fidelity and full support. It's kind of a mixed identity sometimes that West has tried to sort out which track they're moving on. And I think that the work that we've done in researching related to best practices in IB has helped shape my understanding. But maybe, Michelle, if you want to speak very briefly, and I know it's late, just for a moment or two, about how you see the IB work fitting with the philosophy and vision of where you see West moving forward.
As we look at not only our student population, but we also looking at access to higher education and what makes higher education accessible to students who maybe are going to college for the first time. We know IB makes that opportunity a reality. We know that, and the colleges, when I go to UW-Madison and talk with the chancellor, is telling me that the one statistic that they can rely on is that kids who are coming from diverse backgrounds, coming from poverty, they are far more successful having gone through, whether they receive the diploma or not. And they have higher GPAs, they complete college in maybe not 4 years, because who in these days does it in 4 years? They're doing it in 5 years, and they're far more successful. We know that that if we don't commit to the International Baccalaureate program, we don't get to be great at it. And so what we're asking is to commit to something that we can be great at. And I have a whole math department that, and this is the reason, that's your point, is that they brought it forward. They said, Michelle, this is the place we want to go. We want to be great at this. And I can't say no when staff come to me and want to be great at something. And they want to be great at this. And they want to give access to our highest levels of math to all students. And right now, that's really not happening. It's not happening across the district. And we want to make it happen.
During the interim 2 weeks that we have between tonight and coming forward in the next 2 weeks, I think one question that you brought up, Mr. Becker, that is valid and needs to be addressed. I mean, there were several points, but one is if we have students entering into West High School as a sophomore or exiting out after freshman year, how do we make sure that transition is successful for those students? And I think what we would like to do is make sure that we're coming forward with some of the best practices that we're seeing other schools that are IB schools that are moving in that direction. So that would be one thing at the minimum that we would like to focus on over the next 2 weeks. This has been helpful conversation. We'll be looking at our notes and taking reflection on what we can recommend for next steps.
Any other questions or concerns, comments? Hearing none,
Thank you.
Mark?
Sorry, I just have to say this. I have a nephew in the IB program at West, and he works really, really hard. So I'm rooting for you. I mean, this is personal for me, and I'm happy to support your recommendations.
Thank you very much.
Career and technical education course essential documents and resources.
And I'll let Nancy start with this one.
Thank you, John. Over the past year, Leah Bruss, our CTE curriculum coordinator in teaching and learning, has been working to revise and align the courses in our middle school and high school career and technical education programs. This evening, we are bringing forward updates to 26 courses in 7 separate areas. The overall goal of our revision process was to align the courses to the current Wisconsin state standards, as well as to create a clear alignment between our middle school introductory courses and high school pathways, and create clear high school pathways aligned to post-secondary opportunities. I'd also like to note that periodically NWTC changes the course that they approve to be offered for transcribed credit or dual credit as they evaluate their programs. Tonight's proposal also provides you an update of the courses that are part of the Bridges Construction and Renovation Program, which includes a change in one of the courses. Leah?
Thank you. So as she mentioned, in the past year, the current technical education teachers have had many opportunities to review the district's career pathways and have worked to update the course standards to align with DPI's revised CTE standards, and in many cases with NWTC course competencies. While we have a bit more work to do, we have a fairly robust list of pathways to approve, and I think we've made great strides in working to align our courses with academic and career planning. Some of the updates that we had looked at, just to kind of highlight a few, we are updating technology and engineering education and family consumer science middle school courses to better align with high school and post-secondary career pathways. We've added 2 introductory high school level courses by combining some of our upper level capstone courses in marketing and the manufacturing and engineering pathways. And then we've updated the introduction to healthcare careers or in the healthcare pathway to ensure that students have an opportunity to have the scope and sequence from introductory to capstone courses in their career pathways. Also, we aligned all of our courses in business management, information technology, and marketing career pathways with updated DPI business and IT standards, and then the marketing standards, and then in the courses that they were relevant to, the computer science standards. We've also aligned any dual credit competencies and industry recognized certifications that go along with those courses. We've aligned all culinary arts course standards with the curriculum to earn industry recognized certification from ProStart upon their completion of the 3-course pathway. And then finally, we've identified corresponding DPI health standards that align with our culture of healthcare and digital literacy courses that align with our healthcare customer service certificate.
Any questions or comments, Rhonda?
Thank you. I'm looking at Appendix C, Middle School Family and Consumer Science Course Overviews, and looking specifically at page 36. And I have a question about family dynamics, family units, and the contributing members / individuality. What is family dynamics? What is that part of that course related to?
Thank you. I would have to look at what the actual standards that we had that aligned with that. We are looking at, I'm trying to think of the specifics on that, around our human services career pathway introduction. It was part of our teen living skills pathway or course that we had in the past. And we look to form that course less to be about specific personal living skills, even though we do address that by looking at some career opportunities, but looking more at the career part of it.
I'm sorry, I still have the same question.
Right, I think I would have to get back to you on what those exact standards that we have that align to that part of the course.
So I would appreciate that whenever possible. Thank you.
If you could just shoot that in an email with an update and just include the entire board. Sure. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move this forward. Thank you. And now Bridges Construction and Renovation Program?
She had mentioned that one as well. That is along the same path. That is in our technology education. It is this path we've had, the personalized path that we'd had in the past, and we're looking to just update the course, the one course change in there to building codes, to be more aligned to residential construction. The previous course was aligned more with industrial, and yeah, that's not the word I was thinking of, but yeah, that's along those lines. It was not residential in nature, so it was changing that course to continue our partnership with NWTC.
Any questions or comments on that? Hearing none, we'll move that forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank Dr. Chartier and Leah Bruce for the assistance in putting these pieces together. Eric Kahn was involved in some of this as well, but unfortunately he had a family circumstance arise at the last minute, and so was unable to attend. But there's been a lot of hard work to put into these courses, and it's greatly appreciated, as well as your vision for moving forward into the future.
Thank you.
That concludes our work session.
What? Yeah, I know.
I know. I know.
I hate to do this because we have people waiting, but can we take like 2-minute break? Or else I'll just leave and someone else can do.
We should take there is no such thing as a 2-minute break. If the meeting's been going on long enough, we need to take a break for several minutes. It's just necessary, so.
All right. Next is the organizational support work session that'll be facilitated by Andrew Becker.
Okay, the first item we have is the Green Bay Board of Education collaborative commitments. These are some things that we discussed as part of the facilitator process, and the is one thought that had been discussed is that at the regular board meeting we would each read one of these, but it was, although we did kind of arrive at all 7 of these, it was seen to be appropriate just to get it out there in public, let everyone know what we came up with, and so just open it up for any questions or comments. Sure. Laura?
I'm just going to take the opportunity to reiterate my commitment to these. I shared this with you in our last facilitator meeting. Okay. Sorry, Betty. Is that better? All right. So we worked pretty hard on these commitments, and I just want to take the opportunity to share with the public what I shared in our last facilitator meeting, that I am committed to these collaborative commitments, and I will do my best to fulfill them. That's all.
I guess I can just read them off for the benefits of those watching and listening. So the 7 items. Number 1, we will strive to review board materials and seek clarifying information before board meetings. Number 2, we will embrace diverse views and perspectives as a path to effective solutions. Number 3, we will show consideration to everyone, fellow school board members, staff, students, families, and community members in our speech and behavior. 4, we will consider the merits of ideas as the primary driver of our decisions. 5, we will offer our comments efficiently and succinctly and avoid repetition in order to keep board meetings to a reasonable length. Number 6, we will create equitable and inclusive opportunities to promote community engagement. Number 7, we will engage in conversations in a way that allows for all perspectives to be shared, considered, and valued. Other questions or comments? All right, then I guess we would just, the next regular board meeting is where we would be the first one we would start. We would each read one of the 7 as part of the opening, and yes?
Did we adopt these at our last meeting, or do we adopt them? Okay, so we don't have to do anything in open session.
Yeah, we adopted by consensus.
All right, so the next item we have up for discussion is redesign 2020. Anything specifically, although we are posted for any discussion about redesign 2020, I would suppose the major purpose of the agenda item is the recent attention to options regarding Jefferson. So, Michelle?
Thank you, Andrew. I certainly greatly appreciate everyone here tonight. It's always wonderful to hear the voices of those who work the work each day. So I'm grateful to each of you, and I know that while your voices were not all at the table, I believe your spirit and hearts were with those who spoke. So thank you for that. I also see that the principal from Fort Howard is here as well to hear and listen and engage in conversation and staff. So I want to be respectful of all who are here tonight and grateful to you, and to thank you to the parents as well. And as we begin, I just want to give us a little background. You know, this conversation around addressing the inequities on the west side in terms of enrollment inequities, as well as the capacity issues on the west side, has been a conversation going on for a very long time in our community. The recognition obviously came to light as we looked at the facilities task force back in 2015 and ended up going out for referendum looking at the capacity of our schools. In 2016 also, then there was a secondary schools task force that came forward and identified some ways to consider boundary changes and address parking and traffic flow at Preble and explore scheduling. And then the facilities referendum took place. And then I think the next piece really came from the boundary task force, and that was an opportunity for a group of community, just as with the facilities task force, including parents and students as well as staff, to really look at what are the short-term and long-term solutions to best address student enrollment and space capacities across the district. And the outcomes really, as we look to the guiding changes, and there have been a number of guiding changes, were really to identify if there are opportunities for us and potential solutions to address the changing educational landscape that we live in. You know, I think one of the things that people may not recognize is really how many students use the intra-district transfer option, for example. And I know when the Boundary Task Force looked at that conversation, they could see that we have many. Mike, how many students use the inter-district transfer? 4,000, so a significant amount. So as they started looking at the concept of boundary changes, you could see that maybe that wasn't necessarily a solution that would garner results that people had thought it might and would have in the past. So the Boundary Task Force really looked at and prioritized the results of their findings, talking about making sure that whatever decisions were made by the board, they be in the best interest of students and families. And they talked about their second priority, and you can find it in the minutes, and I know they're going to be posted if they're not already. November 15th was where you can find those minutes. They talked about solutions that would be developed using data, enrollment and capacity data, as well as the age of the facilities to drive decisions. They talked about being flexible, affording school capacity to expand and contract. They talked about, and these are in priority list, fiscally responsible, taking into account voice of all stakeholders, conducive to future growth, minimizing the need of future adjustments for attendance boundaries, aligned to contiguous and follow natural boundaries, and then developed to align to feeder schools, and then the 10th one was supporting neighborhood schools. So that's what this group came forward with. I think one of the pieces then, we took this information, we had a retreat with the board that identified areas of possible solutions that we might bring forward in a survey as well. So in December of 2018, we had a retreat with the board, and we focused in on what are the areas that the board would even want us to consider. Because one of the things that we do as administration is be responsive to what we see, bring it forward to the board for consideration, because we're looking at the whole system and wanting to make sure we have the very best for each and every child we serve. And as, again, with the declining enrollment on the west side, we knew that we had an opportunity to make some changes that would better serve children around equitable access to resources and opportunities. So there were a number of recommendations from the board, from the retreat in December, that we could put out to staff and to community members for feedback, really focusing in on the findings that came out of the work that all the facilities task force had looked at, and bringing those back then to the board for further consideration. One of the things that came forward from that conversation with the board on December 11th was the recognition that we should look at boundary changes, but there were very specific things not to do, including to reduce split feeder school patterns. In other words, instead of taking a middle school, some of our middle schools, for example, go to 2 different schools. They're saying, can you reduce those? And so they gave us a lot of guidance and direction. They gave us guidance and direction around grade reconfiguration, as well as magnet schools. And they talked about if Preble were to have an addition, it should not be to increase capacity. And then also the focus on consolidation and repurpose, but only if the school is repurposed to provide additional opportunities for students. So with that, there was a survey that went out in the spring, and we brought it back to the board to talk about next steps in terms of what we found in that survey for administration to bring forward and have another conversation with the board looking at the current reality. One of the things that did come out of the survey is support for consolidating and repurposing on the west side. There was quite strong support. All who took the survey, and there were 3,000 roughly participants in the survey, did support certainly having that conversation. The other piece that came out and has come out in all of the task forces talks about that notion of making sure that we have equitable access to opportunities, and also being very fiscally responsible and keeping students at the center of our work. So that took us to July when we met with the Board of Education. We had all of this data. We looked at all of the enrollment data, and what you may or may not be aware of is that the district has been in declining enrollment. And that's not open enrollment. In fact, open enrollment out of the district continues to decline. In other words, we have more and more students staying here in the district in those last 2 years. We see that pattern. We also see more students open enrolling in, but what we are not seeing are the students living in the houses. And that's really where our enrollment, when we're seeing that, and I believe I read it was across Brown County, we're seeing just the children just simply aren't there right now. And we know that will come back and that can happen. So as we talked forward with the board in July, we put out a group of potential options that really fit what we heard in these surveys, fit what the Boundary Task Force had recommended, looking at data-driven decisions, looking very specifically at what would be in the best interest of kids if we had to move, what it would mean to families, and so forth. And we looked at Jefferson as a possibility to consolidate with Fort Howard. Both of the schools are excellent schools for children. Both schools have staff that care deeply about children. We could see that we would not have to take part of Jefferson and move them somewhere, or part of Fort and move them somewhere. We could actually take the whole student body if they chose to go there. And that was important to us, because one of the things that we know is that having your friends there and people who you know really matters in terms of when you move children. So that was a really important consideration to be able to do that. Another consideration we really looked at was making sure how far apart the schools were and would it be that difference in the neighborhood or not. So again, that consideration was there. The economy of scale does come into play, looking at are there ways, as we look at declining enrollment of both schools, when you consolidate a school, you have the opportunity to not only have more resources for children than in smaller schools, you can leverage those. And I think one of the conversations that continues to come up, and I wanna really clarify this, we are in the exploratory phase. So we don't have all the answers, because if we had all the answers, then it would be done. And so part of what happens in this exploratory phase is there's a lot of really important listening going on, and I can't express that enough. So we don't always have all the answers. But we could see, for example, that both schools offered robust opportunities in terms of small class size. That was important to us. We could see that both schools offered the ability to make sure that every child had what they need for food, you know, for free reduced lunch. The CEP program was at both. We could see that both schools really engaged parents in the process. I know that Fort Howard, for example, has the academic parent-teacher program, and I know there's a great deal of engagement at Jefferson as well. So we could see a lot of similarities and two schools located very close to one another. As we looked at what the potential benefits would be, we could see the potential benefit of children being able to access a media generalist every day instead of just some days. We could see that if we took that 0.5 FTE and another 0.5 FTE, we could have a full-time person doing this or that. We could see that the resources that one school had around additional opportunities through title and through programming like that, both schools could combine and leverage. And one of the things that would be very important is if we were to continue this conversation, the Board of Education has a lot of ability to direct us. This is all about the board making the decision and for staff like us to say, okay, if we continue this conversation, continue the exploration, what would, and I can see it in the benefits, if you go out and look at the challenges and benefits online that parents provided us in the parent meeting that we had and community meeting, there were some things in there that the Board of Education, should this conversation continue, give us direction and say, you know, here are some things we'd like you to really look more deeply into. Can you ensure transportation for all children, and what would that look like? How will you ensure that you're not just talking about student support services being available to every child, but can you, you know, we would expect that. What would that look like? And so really going back to, and the other thing that keeps popping up is that people will lose jobs. We're not losing children, we're combining two schools, so the staff, you still have to have staff to support children. So that is not, you would not, no one is going to lose their job. That I think is really important. But the Board of Education can provide us direction to continue the conversation. And that's really what we're looking for, is should this conversation continue around equity and access. Again, our whole goal is to make sure, and my responsibility as superintendent is to make sure that I have the very best in front of students every day and access to resources. And as we look to schools, and I know that we have the budget tonight, the recognition that we are in a place of declining enrollment, that we do have limited resources and we want the very best for each and every child. Eventually, we're down close 900 students in these last 3 years who physically just aren't in the district anymore. And that's really how this is all factoring in. That means the seats are open. There's a lot of seats open. So we're looking to do the very best for the children we serve. And we appreciate and sincerely have joined you in losing sleep. And this was one possible solution for the Board of Education to consider. The other opportunity with that came forward was not a pre-planned, and I can even see it in my email in June saying, I'm not sure where the future Head Start location will be. And I can see it in an email to Sally Jansen. But the reality is this is also an opportunity to ensure that the neighborhood stays vibrant. And I know they aren't the same students that are currently being served at Jefferson, but they are children in our community, in a neighborhood, many of whom I would assume would be part of the same neighborhoods in which they'd be served. And so they don't have to get on. The other consideration is if that school student population from Head Start were to attend there, they would be far less, have that opportunity to spend a lot of time on buses, and they're 3 and 4 years old. So that was the other, important consideration. So those were the pieces that we talked with families about, is the ability to leverage resources and supports for children differently than we currently have, providing that opportunity for the students to have a more diverse group of friends and options to choose from, affording teachers the ability to have a collaborative environment. We don't have all the answers because we're in exploratory phase, but the direction then will come from the board in terms of the next steps. And that's why we're here. I'm looking for guidance, and we would continue the exploration and obviously go to Fort Howard and have further conversation at Fort Howard, and then have families come together and see what Fort Howard is like. I think both schools are very, very, very important to our community, and if there's a way that we can leverage more resources and supports for students, that would be something that I definitely would want to see, and that's why we're looking for other options and solutions as well. But I turn it to the board for direction and guidance on this.
Okay, board comments and questions? Eric?
So first of all, I want to thank everyone here who's advocating for your school. I've been in your position before as an elementary principal at a school that was proposed to be repurposed in another district, and so I've been sitting where you are. I know the fight that goes through, and honestly, I would be saddened if there weren't people here advocating what's going on in that school if people aren't going to fight for it. So appreciate that and understand how you're feeling. One of the things that's changed, though, for me when I was sitting on your side versus sitting over here is that I need to consider what's best for 21,000 students, not just the students who are in my school. Now, to that point, though, as Mr. Setzer said earlier, I need some more clarification on what those benefits are. And we are in an exploratory stage, as Michelle answered, but until I get those answers to be able to weigh the pros and the cons and the opportunities that are available to our entire district and what that would create, I can't vote one way or the other because I don't have enough information. So the other thing, and I know we're not pitting schools or making a comparison, but sometimes when I have listened to feedback, it's almost making it sound like this is what happens at Jefferson and we can't get that experience anywhere else. And I just want to make sure that we point out that Fort Howard is a small neighborhood school with small class sizes, about a half a mile away from Jefferson. And it's important to point out that it is statistically significant, the growth that has happened at that school in the last few years. Probably, certainly at a district level, at a state level, and possibly even at a national level, the work that has been done by Deanne Lehman and her staff there. So I want to make sure that while we are advocating for Jefferson, and I understand that, I don't want that to be as a slight to Fort Howard because that school is tremendous.
Okay. Who else? Rhonda?
Thanks again for everyone who has been part of this conversation. I've spent a lot of time in the last, I think, week and a half talking with families, talking with staff every day. I've made a point to try to respond to everyone that I could. If I didn't, I don't think I did, but if I didn't, message me again because I want to talk to you. And what I did in that time, I attended the meetings that were the family meetings at the school, and I also attended I guess a couple of meetings with families outside of that as well. And so what I did was I took and I just wrote down their concerns, because much like the first teacher said that spoke for Jefferson, is that there aren't answers. They need answers. They deserve answers, actually, more than anything. And to be honest with you, much like Eric said, I can't even think about moving forward with any guidance until I know that the families that I represent as a school board member, I'm going to say that one more time, families that I represent as a school board member have their answers and are satisfied with those answers, because that matters to me, right? We can fill the room with answers, but it has to make sense for families. So I'd just like to go through and talk about some of the things that were raised, concerns that were raised, and I have a couple of my own, but most of this was really just feedback from families that I've talked to in the last few weeks, I'm so tired, the last week and a half. There is a lot of concern about the fact that at this point, being in neighborhood school, there were families discussing that they walk now 2 blocks to school, and if the school closes, there's a consolidation, that they would be walking now 8 blocks. Some of these families work 12-hour shifts. They don't have cars. I think some of us sitting in this room can't even imagine what that might be like, and I think we actually need to start to think about that when we're considering these possibilities. So there were questions about that. That was something that was potentially a deal breaker for this family, which was really hard to hear. So I would love to know, as a board member, are we going to even consider transportation? Because I believe, as we say most of the time, that transportation is a huge barrier for many things. And I don't think this would just be a barrier. I think this would be a quality of life issue. And I'm not interested in creating more quality of life issues for at-risk families. Never going to do that. Another thing that was brought up was, and it was actually mentioned, superintendent mentioned that, the kids want to go and be with their friends. I actually had a lot of staff as well, and these staff members know these children very well. I had the staff talk to me about really what's important with kids and what their everyday life is like. Being with your friends is important, but when you're an at-risk child, consistency, relationships, knowing what to expect every day, because in your lifetime, that's not how you've lived. That actually, if we look at what's best for kids, that actually comes before, because they can't even enjoy their friendships if they don't have those things in place to begin with. So that is something that I would definitely stress. That's important. Moving on to some other things that were mentioned to me that actually kind of I can talk about with regards to what was mentioned tonight. And I think this is something we're not, I believe, as a district, maybe we need to even look into further when we think about anything in regard to redesigning districts and consolidation of schools, is the claim that the children are not there. Okay. Well, we know they're there. They're just currently being bused to Elmore School, right? We know this because there was a gray boundary that used to be between Jefferson and Elmore School that was somehow removed. And now you can literally be an Elmore student getting bused from a place where you can literally see Jefferson School. So as a board member, I believe history is extremely important when we come to these conclusions or possibilities or considerations. I think history has a big part in why we're having this conversation in the first place. It has been brought to my attention about that gray area boundary, because we know that Elmore has 275 students right now. What would it look like if we actually didn't make students bus to Elmore when they can literally see Jefferson School? I'd like to know the answer to that for sure. Also, when we talk about the landscape of development, redevelopment in the city of Green Bay, it's very important to think about what is happening with families, neighborhoods in general. I live downtown, and as we speak, there are houses being leveled to make way for a new development and redevelopment for condos and apartments. And this is not to rip on redevelopment or revitalization, as they call it, of neighborhoods, but I think it's very important when we start to talk about that, what we realize is happening at the same time is we're taking housing away from families. There's a lot of conversation about it's affordable housing. We're creating affordable housing. Most families, and I'm including myself in this, could never afford a $950 one-bedroom apartment, let alone $2,300 for a two-bedroom. So what ends up happening is there are a lot of housing in the inner city part of Green Bay. We're actually taking housing away from families who need affordable housing, real, true affordable housing, not housing that's affordable in the market scheme, right? Which means the market rate. Affordable housing for kids at risk. So this is what's happening. Neighborhoods are being eliminated, and things are shifting. There are people that are very excited about that, and I think it's great to see neighborhoods revitalize themselves. But again, at the same time, we are displacing families. So where are they going to live? I would argue that we will see more kids come over to this neighborhood. I would actually argue that. I think it's entirely possible, because you need places where the transit is accessible. You need places where you can walk to school for various reasons. So I wouldn't really, I know there's projections about enrollment, but I think it's safe to say that there are going to be neighborhoods that will be changing dramatically. Some people believe that's a good thing. Some people believe that's a bad thing, but it's a thing. Okay, so it is going to be happening where families are going to start moving because they're going to have to. I had a Somali family that lived next to me that they were the best neighbors I've had probably in the last decade. My daughter and I enjoyed their food and their company, and it took probably about 6 months for them to really trust us, but boy, once they did, it was a great experience, and I miss it a lot. There are families that are behind me as well that they've had to move out because their houses are gone. They're either gone or someone comes in, buys it, gets it, redoes the house, and then the rent goes up $1,000, $1,500. So again, I'm not ripping on developers. I'm just stating the facts that this is happening in our city, and it's causing some families to have to find new places to live. So I would not discount the fact that there are neighborhoods in the inner city that you'll see kids again. I happen to know that I would argue that if we considered changing the boundaries between Jefferson and Elmore, that you might see those kids again as well. This was something that was brought up by staff apparently at Jefferson years ago, and it went nowhere. I'm not sure why. I wasn't on the board then, but I would love to know about that. I think it's also important to, and it was mentioned to me quite a bit, that there are questions about, we talked at length tonight about supporting an IB program. We talked about committing to that program is the only way it can be great. I think committing to anything is the only way it can be great. I would be interested to know what the district has done, knowing this neighborhood school has been here for years. And it's evident by the way people spoke about it tonight, all of the love in the room for the school, and really it's a family. And it's interesting because it's all the things we talk about, right? All of the things that we talk about, what we want to see in schools. It seems to be living and breathing already in our neighborhood. So I don't really know why we wouldn't support that. Why are we taking it? The commitment is there from the families, from the staff. That's obvious. They believe in the school. The community is invested. All of these things that we continue to talk about as a district that we want to see is there. So my question is, and it still remains, and I don't really understand what the district has done to commit to that school. We don't have to reinvent that. It's there. Why would we not commit to that? That was another question, and that's a question that staff had and that I had as well. I don't want to miss anything. The services, I'll just touch on that and then I'll let someone else speak. That was another question that a lot of families have had was services. We're going to, if you're a Jefferson Elementary student and you are consolidated into another school, Fort Howard, you're going to see almost an additional 200 students every day. That's a fact. So that's a lot. Coming from a building with 100, I believe, 16 students, 15 students at this time after the third Friday count, that has its own issues. That creates its own issues. This is actually probably the thing I struggle with the most, is that I know I'm going to take kids who have not probably had the best experiences in life, and I'm going to put them into a building with an additional 200 children. I'm not sure the class sizes will stay the same and there'll be more services. I still am not convinced how that's going to happen though, with 200 more students together, because that dynamic alone presents a whole nother issue. And that's what I believe people are speaking to, and that's what I heard from the people speaking in the meeting. And so when we talk about being fiscally responsible, I actually want to be the leader that's ethically responsible. That's the person that I want to be on this board as much as I can be. And whether or not anyone agrees with that, I feel like somebody has to be the voice for marginalized families and community members. And at this time, I cannot imagine not entertaining other options, because we will knowingly be displacing neighborhood children, and I cannot accept that. Thank you.
Christina?
Thank you, Rhonda. I just have a couple things I want to share. I won't sort of repeat the things that have already been said, but I want to thank all of you for being here. I had the pleasure of teaching family yoga at your spring event. That's right. It was awesome. And seeing your community in action, I got teary that night because I was just like, this is incredible. Just the families coming in, and it spoke to, everything, Marianne, you talked about and your staff talked about tonight, the relationships, the community, the history. Those are those protective factors for kids and families that we just, man, how do you recreate that somewhere? How can you ensure that you can pick that up and move that into a new building? And I think that's where I grapple with that, because you can policy and systems and procedures your way all the way through that, but how do you do that? Is it possible? I don't know. So anyways, I just wanted to share that because I just thought it was incredible. I'm curious about where GBEA stands on this. I have heard nothing from them personally. I don't know if anyone could speak to that. Maybe you can, Michelle. GBEA people, if you're listening, I'd love to get feedback from you. I also haven't heard anything from Fort Howard staff. I personally would like to know how they feel about this. This is also a climate shift and staffing shift for them, right? They're also a school and they're a unit and they're a staff. How does this impact them? Are they ready for that? What is that transition going to look like if this were to happen? So again, I think, Eric, to your point, I know there's a lot of questions on our website that we've addressed. I think I have more. I don't know if the ways that we have addressed this isn't a knock on your staff at all. I think there's still some more digging to do there to better understand. But I think the point for me, again, is, what makes your school awesome is the question is, like, can you recreate that somewhere else by moving students? And I don't have the answer to that. And I just am so grateful for everyone that's reached out to me. Like Rhonda, I've spent a lot of time just circling back with folks. I'm sure everyone on the board has as well. And just the passion and the time that is taken by the Jefferson community to reach out and participate in this. I'm really grateful for that. So yeah, looking for more information, have a lot of questions, but that's kind of where I stand right now.
Katie?
Thank you. I share a lot of the same sentiment, Christina and Eric. I've been around a while. I had the pleasure of working on the Jefferson referendum back in 1994, along with Howe and East High School. We got it done, Mary Ann. And I too appreciate the sense of camaraderie and the sense of family that you find at Jefferson. But I have to say, I find it at a lot of schools. I find it at Fort Howard, I find it at Howe, I find it at schools that are larger schools that serve a very similar population as Jefferson, and I understand the loyalty to the school completely. I get that, the comfort level, the familiarity, but I also appreciate the fact that, Eric, we are considering what's best for over 20,000 students, and we need to continue to look at the big picture. I'm not saying I have all the answers that I need right now, but I think it is certainly worth continuing to explore this as an option.
All right, others? Michelle?
Thank you. I want to just let folks know that we do have a number of questions that have come up. And again, part of the exploration, this is not a question from administration. This is a proposal and a potential solution that came forward at a board retreat. And so Board of Education was part of this discussion early in July. And so as we look at this, again, the reality is that we all care. I believe everybody sitting at this table is ethical and cares deeply about people and children. I want to be sure that the questions that the board needs answered are answered. And if the board chooses to not continue the exploration, that's why we don't have all the answers. If we had the answers, we wouldn't be exploring this as an option, right? And so that's really what this is about, is making sure that if this is a proposal that people want more information about and still would continue to have that discussion and interest, we would move forward. If the board chooses not to have further exploration, we would not move forward. We would go a different path. But I would offer that this particular solution did have some opportunities to address a lot of things that have come up over resource and time. And I think the gray boundary piece is listed in the answers. I think there are 15 students there. The piece around it is really looking at trying to do what's best for the 20,000 children and making sure we have what we need to serve every child well. At the end of the day, there isn't anybody that doesn't want that. So again, looking at how to address the declining enrollment on the west side, taking into consideration all of the things that the different groups had provided us, community members and task force members as well as staff. I know that Andrea Landwehr has had Dave Harswick part of this conversation from the GBEA. I think, pardon me?
Justin attended the meetings, two of the meetings with the staff at Jefferson.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Are they providing any formal feedback to us or any I haven't seen anything in terms of an actual like document with feedback. Do you have anything, Andrea?
Justin has provided feedback to John Magus and myself verbally. I would not want to represent that, seeing that it's not in writing. I would like for us as part of the exploration to get a formal statement from them. They want also what's best for the children in Green Bay.
I mean, I can't see how we could even continue to have this conversation unless they're being represented. At least for me, Yeah, I understand that, but I don't have that information, right? So that would be great. Thank you.
Rhonda?
I did forget to mention something else that was brought up to me multiple times. Not just from staff, but actually from a couple of family members, that there was a point in the last, I'd say probably 6 years, that there were siblings at the school where you had, second, third, fourth graders. I'm not going to say the specific ages, and they were families that had choiced into Jefferson, and that there were kindergarten students that were wanting to come in to be with their siblings, the families that were trying to choice in kindergartners, and then they were turned away. And the reason for that, so number one, okay, we turned away students into a school that's now being potentially closed because of enrollment issues. Also, it was discussed that the reasons for that was that they didn't want to provide another kindergarten teacher so that there wasn't, they didn't want the kindergarten class to overflow. So there were discussions that was the reason why. So those students then had to go elsewhere. Again, history matters, especially when we're using enrollment as a reason to potentially close the school. I'm also curious, because this matters to me, obviously, and I can imagine it would to the rest of the board. The Monday night family meeting at Jefferson with the district, you had mentioned some other options, that there were some other options. So I think that should be a very, very big part of this conversation today, so that we're aware of anything else that's out there that maybe we're not considering right now, and what that looks like.
I think as we move forward then, I would assume the next piece would be to bring the other options as well to the table. I know that currently Mike and I have talked about and looked at, and Ann Marsh, I don't know if you want to come up, or Mike, you're moving, so I don't know if you're coming up. We originally had talked about and looked at, and this was part of our discussion too, we've looked at all the capacity issues across the district, and one of the opportunities obviously is to look at other sources and places for a space. So the Keller community right now, Keller School certainly is a place where we have some opportunity that could be considered for the Head Start. It would not address what we're really talking about here in terms of declining enrollment. It would not address the co-location of programming resources and support. It would not address the question about additional opportunities for colleagues to collaborate and so forth. So it wouldn't address any of those pieces. It would be a place for Head Start, which is a different, so that's what I was referring to. And that's just one option. We had looked at some others that would have been extremely disruptive to other places, but they exist. So, I mean, I think that would not, for the Head Start, that could work. What it wouldn't do, though, for the children in the Head Start is have a central location in the center of the city to be able to access. It would be significantly more time on the buses and so forth. So that's what I was referring to for Head Start. But again, it wouldn't address any of the other things that we're talking about or through a consolidation opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So if I heard you correctly, you stated that Keller is an option.
Keller is an option as well as possibly other spaces. And again, what I would like to do is make sure that I have all the options, but that really probably is one that would be the least disruptive to other schools if we're not interested in moving anyone. Would you say that's accurate, Mike? Yeah. Yeah. Move students around and things. Okay. Families.
So I think when we're going to throw out the word disruptive as a deal breaker, right, for moving students around, I'm wondering what the difference would be, what you're referring to and what's being considered.
I think one of the things that we could see in the schools is that other considerations when we looked at other spaces was looking at one of the opportunities with Jefferson is the whole school could move. It wasn't going to be parts of the school would need to move and they would go to different places. So that was really one of the pieces that was important as we kept students at the center of that conversation. And the other piece goes right back to how do we ensure the resources and supports to each and every child as we serve forward. And again, this was an opportunity to have conversation as a potential solution to the board for something that the task forces had come forward with. So that's really what was intended to do, is to look at where we could provide and leverage resource for children and families in a better way.
Yeah, go ahead.
So again, if I hear you correctly, you're saying that a whole school would move instead of parts of a school or portions? So, okay, but what I'm hearing you say is that we're only going to disrupt portions of a school versus an entire school. So I'm trying to understand why that would actually be better.
I think what she's referring to is...
Actually, I would like her to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. I may not be speaking accurately, so I'm a little concerned about that. Mike, we had talked about a number of options of who would stay, who would go, how that would work with staff and so forth. One of the pieces that you talked about earlier in this conversation was the importance of consistency for children and families, and to be able to move students and students together as a cohort group with the same teachers as an opportunity for them in a familiar opportunity with the people, and the relationships was an important part of our consideration. And we could not make that same consideration with this potential solution. And again, I want to share again, these are exploratory conversations, and it is a potential discussion that we had with the board in July, and the board agreed we should continue this exploration. So this isn't Michelle coming out with, this is the answer. We're in early exploratory stage.
Thank you, Michelle. Oh, was it me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was looking at her. It was you to give me the okay. So I have a question for you, for anyone here. If there's other options for the Head Start that where it doesn't land at Jefferson, but yet that doesn't solve the low enrollment numbers at Jefferson, then the question would be is there anything that could be done? And I believe, Peter, Mary Ann's husband, you said this? I wrote it down. Is that your name? You said solving the open enrollment issue, solving the declining enrollment, and solving the voucher program. So are you paraphrasing some of the stuff you talked about? So is there opportunity to grow enrollment at Jefferson to bring those students back in, or to bring students who may be opting out? How many students are in here that?
Over 40.
Over 40 students choose to not go to Jefferson that actually are in that boundary?
Correct.
So is there an opportunity to get them to come to Jefferson? Is there an opportunity to support Jefferson staff to get the word out about the work that they're doing in their school? Will that solve the low enrollment numbers at Jefferson?
If we were to solve the low enrollment at Jefferson, we're also looking at how many down at Fort Howard? How many open spaces and seats at Fort Howard, Mike?
I believe there's about 100.
So down at Fort Howard.
Can I just ask quick, how about we put 4K at our school rather than Compass? I mean, we have so many kids that go to Compass. If we had 4K at Jefferson, and I'm just saying that because my daughter had to live in Compass, and we live across the street from Jefferson. You know, why can't we have maybe 4K at Jefferson? That would bring in maybe 15 kids right there, you know, if not more, you know, but because it's always been a small school, quote unquote, because that's what I was told, that, you know, my youngest daughter can go to 4K there because of that. Well, if we open it up, I don't know, I'm sorry for stepping up. I just had to say it while it was on my head.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
We do have 10 students that attend Encompass in the Jefferson attendance area.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just?
Oh, okay. If you're responding directly, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike. When we were talking about what was going to go on at other schools in terms of change if we were to put Head Start in that school, and what that would mean, and why we went where we did for a potential solution.
Sure. A lot of the other schools have a few rooms available, but they don't have enough rooms available for the entire Head Start program. It would require us to pull students out of that school and transfer them with boundary changes to a nearby school. We would also maybe have to look at splitting the Head Start program. We're looking at approximately 9 to 10 classrooms for the Head Start, and if we would have to put them in 2 separate schools, it maybe have to be like 4 and 5 or something like that, which would not be ideal, again, for that program. So there's other factors that we're looking at that, you know, aren't as ideal as having it all in one area, or not having to move parts of schools to another school.
Okay.
Again, going back to history, because history matters, there has been some conversation around how this came to be. So on July 11th, we came to this room for a board superintendent retreat with no idea really what we were going to speak to. We were given a piece of paper with about, I think, 10 considerations, and it was titled Redesign 2020. And I remember raising my hand, and I'm sure maybe some of you do, and I said, where did these considerations come from? When were they discussed, and who discussed them? Because this is the first time I've seen this. So that was the first time, just so everyone knows, that was the first time that the board took a look at these considerations, and there were 10. And what we did at that time, that day, I believe it was a 6-hour meeting, we had a facilitator, 2 facilitators do this meeting for us. We split up into groups. We didn't hammer out everything to the point, obviously, that was necessary, clearly. But there were considerations, and I remember how it was presented to me, and I'm going to speak for myself right now. It was more of a lofty consideration. There wasn't, because we didn't really have a lot of information, and obviously because we still don't have the information that we need right now to think about this. So I want to go on record fully that if I knew that consolidating something in our district, and to be honest with you, I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I didn't know enough about the school, the details of the school, enough to even really even to comment that day. If I think about it, I don't even know how that was even okay for me to do that, because as was mentioned in the open forum, schools are more than just numbers and figures. It is about relationships and families and staff that's committed and all those things. We didn't talk about any of that because that wasn't really what that was about. It was more a very, I believe, just high level and so I want to make sure that it's clear coming from myself, and I'm speaking for myself, and I'm sure that's very obvious, that was my understanding. That was discussed on July 11th. The next time I heard about something happening was 10 days ago, maybe 12. And I was pretty surprised myself to hear that we were going to, that the conversation was already happening in general. So I would have loved to have known a bit more. And maybe there were conversations that happened. I'm not sure. I was not part of those in the past. I still have concerns, and I still do not believe that enough families probably understand what's happening. That is a huge problem, especially when we brand ourselves with equity, engagement, excellence. Those are things that we have to adhere to, especially in a situation like this. So I'm hoping, and I did reach out to some in our equity department with my concerns that, I was at the school Monday morning, walked through, went to the family meeting on Monday and Tuesday, and I can guarantee there are families out there that don't understand what's being even discussed. And I think, to quote someone in the open forum again, shame on us if that's not something that we're working on. So we are definitely in the exploration phase because we have due diligence that absolutely hasn't been met as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
I'm just going to call on myself for a second here. So I would say a couple things, and it's probably fairly nuts and bolts and unemotional and not all that interesting compared to some of the more personal stories that we've had families share here. But for me, I'm not, while I am far from convinced that this is the thing to do and this is the time to do it, I'm not at all sorry that we're having the discussion. I'm not at all sorry that we put things on a list, because I didn't know what Jefferson families would say when this came forward. It is conceivable that people might have come forward and said, I have some mixed feelings about this, but I see some advantages too. I haven't heard that from families or teachers at that school so far. I haven't had any comments of that nature. So this is just how the process works. And to even mention it is you know, something where people are going to get nervous and feelings are going to be hurt. But I am, you know, at this point, I am still open-minded to options and listening and hearing what people have to say. But I think it's I certainly think it's okay that we're here with this discussion right now. Just a couple of things that I've been thinking about, and you know, if finances were no part of it, you wouldn't even ever consolidate, right? So what I look at though is it seems to me that the real savings would come if one were to close a building completely, which from the beginning we've said that we wouldn't be doing that. We would be repurposing. So if hypothetically you closed a school completely, then you would have, assuming class sizes work out about the same when kids move, so that would be a wash. The way I see it, and if you were to close a small elementary completely, you would have probably one office staff person and one principal and one custodian that you wouldn't need in the building because it was closed. And that's substantial. That's three positions. Fortunately, we're in a big district, so if I approve such a thing, I would want to guarantee transfer opportunities within the district for staff. Unfortunately, since we're so big, retirements and things, I'm sure that could be accomplished. But if you repurpose a building and have it full of Head Start kids, then I'm thinking you're really only having one person who would probably a principal who would find an open position elsewhere within the district, but you would still need a full-time office person, and you'd still need a full-time custodian. So that's definitely one thing. When I'm adding up the savings, it seems less when you do that. So that's one thing that I'm looking at. I'm also interested in hearing more about what could we do to boost Jefferson enrollment. That being said, my mind also is not made up as a absolute no on the consolidation either. I'm just glad we're here and we're having the discussion. And finally, one thing is, although I did hear, when I went to staff, I heard, although I heard about, and it, yes, it is probably good if you have 2 of each grade. There's certain advantages there, that it just does not outweigh the advantages of the small community. The ideal situation, I think, would be, if you had a Jefferson that was big enough to actually have 2 small sections of each grade there. So that's kind of where I'm at. Michelle?
Thank you, Andrew. Just an FYI, the Head Start program is fully funded, so they would pay for their own custodial and they would pay for their own clerical, whatever they need for staff. So that all comes out of a federally funded program. So the district would not have to pay for any resources in that building, wherever that is, or space, wherever the Head Start is placed. We don't pay for anything on the west or the east side program.
So they fully fund they would still be a district employee, but would be working full-time for us, but so they would become grant funded. Okay, well, that's an important point, okay. Is some of the custodian funded if a building has a substantial part of, like, do we get to use some Head Start funding for the Martin, I always say it wrong, this has nothing to do with Martin School at all, not even a little bit. I just say the wrong school a lot. Keller, do we get to use Head Start funding for Keller?
In their defense, they were built at the same time and the same design, so it's not just completely out there.
At this time, we don't. Years ago, when Keller was used as the main Head Start. We prorate it. And I would think that if we would use a school where we would have two schools, you know, Head Start and a school, we would look at the same thing as prorating and have Head Start pay their portion of the costs.
If Head Start's fully funded, why don't we do that every place there's even a little bit of Head Start?
Yeah, up until, you know, this year, there was only 2 classrooms there, so we just haven't. I guess we could look at it.
So is that federal money we just walked away from because we didn't prorate the custodian there who was gonna be working there anyways?
If I'm accurate, there is a Head Start budget, and so Sally pays her staff and resources out of that. So I would assume that it could be budgeted in, but at the same time, I don't know then what else wouldn't be in her budget. That would be my question, so we can ask her that.
Okay, so it's not money left on the table, it's an allocation. Okay, all right. Okay, anyone? Yeah.
Is there anyone that would like to speak from the public that would like to comment on anything? I mean, you've heard us speak. We can open the floor, correct? We can do that? Pardon?
Can you speak from there?
You can, why don't you can sit.
You can sit.
I don't know if I can. Can I just sit over here?
Yeah.
Hi, you guys have all seen me before. My family is one of those high-risk families that has overcome that. I've lived all over Green Bay. My children have attended many schools around Green Bay, and I worked so hard, went through poverty, went through homelessness, went through a lot. My kids have been through a lot. And I had him, my change of life child, and I wanted stability for him. I wanted him to grow up in a home that we owned, that he could grow up in, that my older children would always know would be home, that he would have a school that would be his school, and the friendships that he was gonna make would be there. And if when he got older, we wanted to put him in a different school that we would know would meet his needs, like I have school choice to my other children, then we could make that decision. But I wanted to give him the fundamental building blocks that were going to give him the security that my other children did not have. And I had, as a young child, I grew up in a very small, unincorporated town in Michigan, less than 600 people, went to a small school, still am in contact with some of those people, but I bounced around. And I just want you to consider that, that it matters a lot. My son also attended the 4K program at Encompass, and we need to consider how moving these kids around will affect childcare for these children before school or after school, and those families as well. And I don't really know how the 4K program works with Encompass or anything like that, or it was something that the director at the daycare was also concerned about when I spoke to her about it. One of the daycare teachers sends her children to Jefferson as well. She walks from the daycare, crosses Mather to bring her children there and pick them up, and does not live in that neighborhood. I don't know if it's still part of the enrollment area though. So that's a relationship that Jason brought from there over to Jefferson, and those students that even though they're older, They're his friends, and that's what he says when I pick him up. Bye, friend. Hi, friend. Like, they don't even know each other's name, but they're friends. And I've never seen kids fighting there since I've been there. And earlier, I don't remember her name, she was talking about how they say it takes 3 times walking into the school and walking through those halls till you feel like it's home. I walked through those doors 1 time, and I had a principal greet me warmly and walk me around that school and greet me warmly with every one of those teachers and show me every one of those classes. And never at any of the other schools that I have ever brought my children to have I been greeted warmly and affectionately and brought around from classroom to classroom like that. And that says a lot. And hopefully other schools have that. I haven't experienced that. But I think that advertising for Jefferson, I didn't even know it existed until I started looking to buy a house that I dreamed to be able to buy someday. And here's this old neighborhood. My house is 114 years old. It's nothing great, but it was affordable for us. And these big old beautiful houses, and I drive in the neighborhood because, you know, that's what you do when you're considering where to buy and you have kids. And I see this cute little school and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love this neighborhood, and that's where we are. But I never would have known about it. How many other parents don't know about this nice little school? We just don't hear about that. So is there a way that we can communicate that? I mean, other than me talking to every reporter that I can and posting all over Facebook, because I'm fighting for this school, because it's my dream and it's my family's dream, and I'm fighting for that. And hopefully someday my kids will be sending their kids there. And I think it's worth fighting for. So I don't care about your numbers. I don't, because I have a little school for my little family. That's all I have to say about that. And teachers that care enough to call me 2-3 times a week. First year kindergarten teacher, and she's calling me 2-3 times a week, or emailing me, letting me know how my kid is doing and where he struggles and what can I do to help him. And I love that communication. And I was in this room earlier this summer saying I was lacking that communication from other schools. And I walk in this door, and that's nothing. I've never had to complain about that. I've had nothing but communication, and I drop off my son in the morning and they recognize me and they're like, oh, Jason, this is how Jason's been doing in gym class. Even when he struggles, they tell me. But they recognize him, and that's a lot. That's all. He's.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're great. You're welcome up.
Okay.
It's a pass for tomorrow morning. I'll sign them up.
Okay, Marianne.
You have to come to the table, please. You come.
Can you come up? Can you come up? Just come up to the table.
She's hungry, yeah. We're all getting hungry.
Some snacks over there. One with the light. Get them all till you get all like this.
Thank you. When we were talking at some point, either you and I together or the family night that we had or conversations, I got the impression that the reason we were looking at, that you were, not me, that you were looking at needing Jefferson for something was because you had 2 programs, 2, not choice programs, 2, I don't know what you're calling it these days, schools that are, programs that are standalones in another building that you want to move, you needed a space to move them to. And Keller was the space that you were looking at. Is that right or not?
Yeah, there are other programs that we would put at Keller as well for consideration, but again, the question was asked, is there another place for the Head Start program? And that's another consideration as well. So there's an interconnected piece. And that's why I go back to and say, if consolidation is not an opportunity or an option that the board doesn't wish us to continue the exploration, then we go a different route. That's how this process works. And again, I can't tell you how, this is not a we versus them. I'm trying to move forward with it, with what is coming out of the years of information that's been provided. And that's my responsibility to do that. And then it's the community's responsibility to do exactly what's happening. This is what this process looks like. So, you know, again, the Board of Education can direct us in any direction that they would like us to go and explore in the places they want us to go or not go. And that's really what this whole conversation has been up to this point, and that's what I intend it to continue to be. So if after, you know, we've done this through the guiding change document, we went through the resources and so forth. So that's, yeah, there are other options for that space as well. Absolutely true.
Single teacher. When I came to Jefferson, there was only one teacher at each grade level. And we met.
Can you push your button so that the camera picks up there? It's the little. Nope.
The next one. There was only one grade, you know, one kindergarten teacher, one first grade teacher, all the way through fifth. And we conducted, and they still do, K1, 2 team meetings and 3, 4, 5 team meetings. When you have that kind of environment, you've got 6 teachers with wrapping your arms around and getting information from, because you've built a community, and that is still going on with Katie. That's all. Thank you. Does it go off automatically, or I have to push another button?
Yep. Okay. All right. Anything else? Brenda?
I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said. I agree with a lot of what's been said, but I do have a question about, we've had this discussion, and you need guidance from us as to whether we continue the exploration. Do we bring it to our next board meeting in 2 weeks? Does the board want to have a vote? Do we want to do it by consensus or not? I guess I'm just looking for what we want to do in terms of our next steps.
I think you would certainly never, you're talking about, like, as far as consensus or a vote about moving
About
more,
continuing the exploration
yeah.
or shutting the door on it. Yes. Yeah. It's just, do we continue the work to explore this or not? That would be what I'm saying we can either do by consensus or with a vote in 2 weeks. And I guess I have a few more. If we come back in 2 weeks, I would have some information I would like to have in 2 weeks. But anyway.
Laura?
Weren't there some time issues regarding the Head Start grant? And there was like a deadline or something that was fast approaching, and how does that figure into this?
That's a good question. What we're doing is just, we will call on the different folks to basically look at different options as well. So the architects, for example, would look at different options. And that way we'd have clear understanding of what their timelines would be. Instead of just looking at one option, they would look at 2, possibly 3 spaces, if the board wishes us to continue down this option. If not, we're gonna have to come back with other options with that as well.
Christina?
I would like more information on other options. And I would also like more information on what could be done to increase Jefferson enrollment, especially with those 40+ students who are open enrolling out of the Jefferson school. elementary school. That's just me.
Go ahead.
I would agree with you, and I would also add, it was mentioned there are 15 students in the gray area. Those are 15 students, so.
Anything else?
Which one?
You're
Okay.
good.
All right. I honestly had no intention of speaking at this meeting. I'm a little nervous to even be here talking right now. My name is Gerald Snyder. I can look out my living room window and see Jefferson. 12 years ago, I bought Jefferson I bought my house, I'm sorry, bought my house for that reason. My oldest daughter has gone K through 5 there. She's now moved on because there's no 6, 7, etc. there. My youngest goes there now. She's in 2nd grade. Both of my kids in today's society are lucky that they have their 2 birth parents as their parents still. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with how families are today with single parents, but living in the neighborhood, I know some of these kids. Some of these kids literally do not have a parent at all. They're living with a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle. And I've heard it said when these things have been brought up before, that this is a problem throughout the city. And yes, anywhere you go in the city, you're going to find that. But these are the kids you're looking to move out of their school. Not the rest of the city. Yes, the rest of the city has that problem, but these kids are the ones that you're talking about possibly moving them somewhere else. These kids are the ones that you're talking about taking away the stability that they have. There are kids that will knock on my door looking for my wife, who's an employee of the school, because they know they can talk to her. Not only is she an employee of the school, she's in their neighborhood. She's one of them. And I realize that, she's got a job one way or another, but are the kids going to have the same connection with her just because she lives in the neighborhood versus being connected with them not only in the neighborhood but in the school? And my challenge to the board is, I realize there's 4,000 kids or whatever the number was in the city, and you've got to look out for all of them. But if the decision is made that you do decide you're going to close Jefferson, I challenge you to have the nerve, the courtesy to come to the school yourself. Don't talk to the teachers. Don't talk to the parents. Look at these kids in the eye and tell them it's okay that you're sending them somewhere else. And I really appreciate your time listening to me.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay,
So we didn't answer the question of,
yeah.
we don't know, we don't have next steps yet.
At all options. You gotta look at all options, right?
I mean, if that's,
clarify?
Yeah.
Can we do that? I mean, we're not, if you go to it's posted.
we're not doing it tonight.
Okay.
We're asking
Okay.
about doing it.
Okay, I wasn't sure. It's late. I'm not sure what you were saying. Okay, thank you.
making
Yes,
a
I think by had there been a clear consensus to stop, it would direct, which I don't believe to be the case, but that would direct the work of the administration over the next week, so they wouldn't be looking for more answers. But since that direction didn't happen, they'll be answering questions that we've
Right.
presented over the next 2 weeks.
And I'd like to echo Christina's request. I think it was your request an hour ago. I for some sort of information conversation with the Fort Howard staff, and Deanne, I know, is back there, has been here all night. But just to get a sense of what it's going to be, the effect it's going to have on your school, and what you're thinking in terms of bringing the potential that you would be bringing in a whole nother school population. So if that, I don't know if that's possible for in 2 weeks, but anyway, at some point I'd like to have that. No, I'm not interested.
I did say that. Thank you for reminding me. I also just want to just say, like, a general recommendation is whatever we decide to do, I really believe that y'all, I mean, staff and teachers, y'all need to be as close to this decision making as possible. So I would just encourage, speaking as an individual school board member, for their administration to just, personally, when I was at Jefferson and you did a fabulous job with the presentation, it felt very top down to me, and I'm not saying that as a knock on you or the model, but I would really like to see you all tell us what's going to work best for your students, however that looks. If we do move into Fort Howard, I said Fort Washington. Whew. Yeah. You know your students, and you know what those decisions should look like. So I would just like to see them, and I hope you don't take that personally.
No, I think that the framing of the conversation is a really important piece that I think that this is a very personal discussion, no matter where you have it. I've been in Deanne's shoes as the recipient of students as a principal, and there's conversations that need to be held with staff as well on the receiving end, because it disrupts the environment that we know and changes that, just as any time you bring new families in. So it isn't a perfect solution by any means. A perfect solution would be enrollment, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's the perfect solution. So then we can go back and look at other options and opportunities. Again, I think what's really important is that I appreciate hearing from your hearts and your thinking. It matters to me. I'm not surprised. I believed this would be what I would hear. I appreciate the courage it takes to come up sometimes and talk, and I know the board sincerely appreciates it, and I know that it probably puts you in a question of, does she really mean it? Yeah, I really do. We've had numerous conversations, and we're looking for other options, and that's why we have other opportunities to keep moving this forward. Eventually, though, when you have thousands of empty seats, the board is probably going to have to make some decisions about the current reality, but this may not be a solution the board wishes to pursue in the future, and we'll bring as many answers as we can, and then come the 21st, if there's a change in where we go, then there's a change, and we'll just keep working the work, and that's how this process works. So I'm grateful to all of you for being here this late at night. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to propose that we, I think the board compensation policy, and it landed here because 6 months ago I proposed we postpone it for 6 months. I think it merits discussion and not just the automatic, let's not change it, but I would propose we move that to next month.
It's 20 to 11, we could start talk overtime.
I think it's a budget, but I assume that the budget if we were to raise our salaries by $200, the budget could be absorbed in November.
Everything that you have talked to and talked about tonight has an impact.
Yes.
We're forming the budget for 2021 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move that to does anyone object to moving that to the November org support? All right. All right, human resources job descriptions. We have two. First, Director of ESSA job description, Every Student Succeeds Act. Questions or comments?
Yes.
Okay, Rhonda?
Is this an existing position?
Currently, there is an assistant director of ESSA, and the individual following board policy brought forward with the additional job responsibilities with Every Student Succeeds Act, currently far more supervision and far more responsibility. The assistant director role more clearly aligns with the director role, and that was the determination by administration after looking, and human resources at looking at that. So what it is intended to do is put that position in alignment with all the new important opportunities that she's leading as well. ESSA is a different kind of approach than title, and she supports title and ESSA and equity. So Every Student Succeeds Act, the federal grants. So.
Go ahead.
So this position is just being elevated, right?
Yeah, it's a shift between assistant director now to director because of the added responsibilities with her role leading Every Student Succeeds Act.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Move that forward. Then we have the new proposed position, the district ombudsman, which I could talk about it first because it was my proposal, unless someone else wants to go first. I mean, usually I wouldn't, but yeah. So this is something that I had brought up during the last election. I was looking at ways we can help support people who feel that they're just getting lost in a big system. When I talk about big district problems, this is it's not that administrators don't care. It's not that central office doesn't care. It's just the place is very big. As board members, we've certainly all helped people out with situations, getting them to the right person, and continue to do that. But there are situations that just get very complicated, and having a neutral third party to be able to go to, someone who is not the boss of someone, nor do they have a traditional boss either to tell them what to do. This isn't something that is brand new. There are many other school districts that have them, and I thought it was a good thing for us to do, a neutral party who can just help get things, help people get connected quickly to the resources that they need. This isn't something that I think is important to make it somehow easier on board members. It is to help families get answers and resolutions faster. Eric?
So I don't necessarily agree or disagree that this is a good position for our district. Certainly the things you just mentioned sound good on the surface. I think for me it's just about timing. One, the thought of adding an administrative position, and two,
it would absolutely not be an administrator. It would be completely separate from the ranks. I normally won't cut you out. That is very critical. That is critically important. And in fact, for me to even vote for my own proposal, the language making it independent would have to be even strengthened. So,
thank you. That's important clarification. So then just going back to the timing piece, knowing that in 8 months we'll have new superintendent in our district, I'm just a little hesitant about making modifications to the organizational chart, knowing that a new superintendent might come in and say, hey, I want to do this, this, and this, and we have a position that maybe someone had been in for 6 months and the new superintendent would not recommend that position. So I would maybe just want to hold off on supporting this until we were able to have those conversations with our new leader. That's just my thought.
Christina?
I agree.
Okay, part of why I want this position now is in case we would somehow end up with a new superintendent that didn't want it. I mean, this is an important opportunity to have a truly independent person, and maybe, maybe we guess wrong with the next superintendent. I don't think we will. I think we'll get good choices, but if we guess wrong, this person could be an important check and balance. So it's not, yeah.
But then couldn't we propose it at that time, like if we were unhappy with things or?
I guess if it's coming from it's a recommendation that the current administration it's just weird to me, like why would this one be the first thing that comes forward that we wouldn't do? Yeah.
I have different concerns, I guess. I'm not sure how a neutral third party can give checks and balances to anyone because they're neutral. That's the point, right? I also don't recall any parent ever asking for a neutral third party. They wanted an advocate when they have issues or complaints. I think we all know, and we're all smart enough to figure out that how long do you stay neutral? It's almost, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just, I believe, just humanly impossible as well. So I have concerns about that. I also want to know if people are having trouble configuring through an organization to get their answers. Well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's not adding more people to that cake. It's about looking at the system in place. I think the majority of complaints that I get from parents are typically that nobody's responding to them. I would say 75% of the calls that I get is that no one's responded to me, or I don't know what to do next, and they're not giving me anywhere to go, and I feel like I need to go further. So I believe that is my job as a board member to do that. And parents, families typically want to talk to people that they have when they're having issues. Talking to someone, again, we can say it's a neutral third party.
Yeah, it's not neutral. They are an advocate for families. I use neutral is a poor word choice. It says right in the job description that they advocate.
Okay. Well, I'm just responding to when you said a neutral third party, which is typically what an ombudsman is supposed to be doing. So that I think is interesting as well, because if we're looking for customer service, and that seems to be like that would be the goal of this position, I'm just going to say it. I think there would be many times it would still come back to us, because that is the comfort level sometimes with people knowing they need answers and they're going to do that because they feel they're going to get it quicker and not. I feel like this would actually add more problems and complications to it. And it is worth mentioning that I know that we're caught up in wordsmithing and the fact this is not an administrator, but what we know it's not a teacher, it's not a para, it's not a librarian, it's not anyone in the classroom. That's a fact. So it's still a position that we're investing in outside of the classroom. And I guess maybe I'll just be more clear about that. For me, that's very concerning as well. And I think our parents would probably have less issues and less complaints if we would just take care of what's happening in that classroom, and then we wouldn't have to hire someone to do that. So that's my thought.
I mean, I made it this far.
Do you need to pass out a first hour? Because I'll sign it for you.
I'm off campus first hour.
I see how it is.
You called me, but that's okay, I'll talk anyway. I actually am sharing the concerns of everyone who's spoken. I would not be interested in supporting this position at this time.
I would concur with that as well.
Okay, so the first time that some of you are ever going to vote against an administrative recommendation is when I proposed it?
It's not meant personally. I swear to God, Andrew.
I know it's not personally, and that's why I like you a lot, and I've told people that even though we have not agreed ever on a split vote, that but it's really weird to me that you're gonna, that this proposal, which would actually get parents and families who have spent 10 or 15 hours in meeting after meeting after meeting, this ombudsman could have cut through that. For these families, for these people, and you know who I'm talking, I'm not gonna name names or get specific, but people who could have cut through all that, but instead, because either we don't wanna spend the money, or because we wanna, by not doing it, we'll just point harder at the people who aren't answering the questions back. And yep, yeah, the people who aren't answering questions back, something's got to be done about them. But this is really disappointing that, you know, the number of times that an administrative proposal for a position has been shot down like this is never. Yeah, Christina.
Yeah, I hear your frustration. I completely understand where you're coming from. I think for me, this is just about timing. Also, sort of me, I think, being now a year under my belt, being on the school board and really sort of being a little bit more reflective in some of these additional positions. So you're right. Like, I think there have been other ones that I probably have sat here and maybe even approved and said, you know, in hindsight, maybe it wasn't the right time. And I think for me, like, because like Eric said, with us transitioning to a new superintendent, looking at the organizational structure of this district, thinking more critically about like this being a third party or whoever, or however they're independent or whatever language, to me, it's just about timing. But I agree with you. I think that the work is there. It's just like, I'd like to dig into this a little bit more and better understand it and ensure that like where they fit in the organizational chart is going to actually provide the best service to our families. And I think something that you said too, Rhonda, is important is a lot of this is like staff that we could also get to the root of the issue without. So anyways, I'm rambling. It's late, but that's.
But you know, like I said, you know, after over time, and there are people who probably need to move up or move out when it comes to responding to people. But that will take years to go through process and all that. And in the meantime, there's families getting stonewalled that someone like this could cut through. So if the timing isn't now, maybe we hold off for a couple months. I'm fine with that. But it's, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to reiterate everything. To me, it's about timing. I'd love to hear more about other districts that have this position. Like, who does have it? How does it work? You know, some of those things. It felt. I will be honest. I didn't know what an ombudsman was a week ago. So shame on me, I guess. But yeah. So I'm not. I think it's an interesting position. I'd like to learn more about it. And to me, it's just about timing. But I agree that it sounds on the surface like it might solve some issues. So, yeah.
So if you're worried about what the next superintendent will think about whether to have one, that would be a reason you would need to have one, because that would be really weird a strange thing to not want unless you're buying into this zero-sum game narrative. And believe me, I would cut I support reducing class size and doing this. So it's not like it's one or the other, but we can get more information, wait a couple months. Rhonda?
So I don't have a concern about the timing. I'm just more concerned about the logistics of this position in the first place. I mean, is this one person going to be able to really, and how are they going to, you know, who gets preference? So there's all these things happening, and how are they going to know where to go with what they need to do? And I think it might be confusing as well, because I think we always assume that we understand the dynamics of it. We understand, but most people won't. So to some degree, it ends up being, like you said, if there's issues that can't be taken care of, and especially when it comes to communication, we need to handle that.
And that can't be discussed further tonight without being personnel. So okay.
And I'm not about to do that. That's not the point. The point is, you know, you mentioned checks and balances. I'm all about that. But that's, to me, that doesn't include hiring more people away from kids. That's actually the last thing we should be doing. We should be giving those checks and balances when people are stonewalled and really figuring out what's going on. I do agree with you on that, but I don't see this as the solution to that. And it's not personal.
Yeah, but there, okay, again, I can't, okay. Look, believe me, if it was personal, I would handle myself. I know it's not, okay? So I do think though that things that an ombudsman could handle in an hour to take care of the other way would require due process and organizational chart reviews and coaching sessions. And the family who has a problem getting their answers now is helped by an ombudsman. The person who is helped by coaching, retraining, or transitioning out of people, that help will come to a family 3 or 4 years down the road, because that's how it works. So, yeah.
I would just like to have not here now, but the opportunity to learn more about it. Like you said, hear more about what other districts, how they have it set up, what they do, how it fits in, how we can ensure it is what we want. So that's, for me, and I don't know how we would get there, but I would just like to learn more.
All right, so then we have, where is it? Setting future agendas. Eric?
So I don't know what the timing is for this. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, but so not saying I want this on the next one, but just raising it again to look at class size policy and not necessarily the data. I feel like John did a great job of that last time, although an update might be good, but I'm interested in continuing a conversation around adjusting board policy and the impact that would have. So I'm not saying that I need it next time, but I want to just make sure that stays.
Yeah, I'd like to see that soon too. And I think I'm not interested in a fix in 3 years through a task force. So I also think there might be some merit in an interim policy where class size is over a certain amount would be subject to board approval. So we would get a list and at least we could say, okay, yep, this school's full. Yep, okay, 31 people taking Chinese 1 is great and there aren't enough Chinese teachers. And nope, not okay that you had 300 Algebra 1 kids and you scheduled 10 sections on purpose because that's making 30s on purpose and that's not okay. So that could be an interim solution because it'll take a while to get a solid policy, so. Okay, yep.
I've had a number of people ask me for us to have a discussion regarding cell phone policy. So.
Like a specific time or just want to get it in the hopper?
It sounds pretty urgent. So.
Are you okay with Michelle and Brendan and I talking about it Wednesday, seeing where it may fit in the hopper and reporting back to board members?
Yes.
It was just revised. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well. But, right, yep, okay.
Okay, and then we have closed session. So I move that the board convene in closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 1985 1C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee to which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 1985 1F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons, except where paragraph B applies, which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have a substantial adverse effect on the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data or involved in such problems or investigations, to wit, staff investigations, pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 1985 1G, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who's rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved, to wit, resolution of complaint, and pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 1985 1E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business, whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, more specifically to wit, superintendent search consultant contract. The board may return in open session to vote on items discussed in closed session.
You need a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Sandy? Nobody's here.
Hey, listen.
Becker?
Aye.
Sorry.
No,
Maloney? McCoy?
Aye.
Shelton?
Yes, here, yes,
Aye, all of them.
Sitnikow?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye. Carried 7-0. Convene across the hall.
You have been watching the Green Bay Area Public School District's Board of Education meeting. Please visit the school district's website, www.gbaps.org, to view the program again. If you cannot fully access the information on this video, please let us know the accessibility issue you are having by calling 920-448-2025 or by email at communications@gbaps.org. We will try to provide the information to you in an alternative format and/or make the necessary improvements to make the information accessible.